Chapter 468 Sima E, Sage Fated Secrets on Ease. Chapter 468 Sima E, Sage Fated Secrets on Ease. With just the 10,000 life sword, Han Ju could still dominate below the sages. He tried to challenge the sages, but the sages shattered his mystical power with a slap and killed him. Although the 10,000 life sword was strong, it couldn't break through the essence of dermic powers. In addition, the 10,000 life sword had another fatal flaw. He couldn't use it in the void. There was nothing in the void. He couldn't transform nothing into a sword. If it was in the world, the 10,000 life sword would be more lethal than the chaotic body, but it was not as stable as the chaotic body and couldn't be used everywhere. No matter what, Han Ju had grasped two great Tao mystical powers. He could be considered to have completely sat on the number one throne below the sages. Han Ju didn't feel proud and continued cultivating. The most important thing now was to reach the pseudo-sage realm. In the blink of an eye, another 17 years passed. One day, the Black Hell Chicken, the chaotic heavenly dog, the three-headed Wirm King, the Black Hell Demon Lord, Jiang Yi, Ada, and Xiao Er came to visit. Han Ju let them enter the Taoist temple. It wasn't simple for so many people to look for him at once. Han Ju looked at them and wasn't in a hurry to speak. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said, "We want to go out." Han Ju asked, "Why? Have broken through the seal have appeared in the world. We sense that if we devour those ferocious beasts, our potential will increase." Han Ju then realized that they were all beasts themselves. He looked at the Black Hell Chicken. The chicken stood behind the crowd, trembling nervously. Han Ju smiled and asked, "You're going out, too?" Sensing Han Ju's gaze, the Black Hell Chicken swallowed and said, "Not really. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Com thanks." The Black Hell Demon Lord said, "Let it follow us. Nothing will happen if we act together. Otherwise, with its potential, it won't be able to achieve anything in the future." Han Ju didn't agree immediately but fell into deep thought. The three-headed Wirm King smiled and said, "Master, let us go. Although those beasts are strong, they're not Jiang Yi's match. We have already agreed to eat each ferocious beast together." Han Ju asked in his mind, if they go out to hunt ferocious beasts, will they be controlled by the heavenly Tao? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, this is only the derivation process of the heavenly Tao. It has awakened their instincts and is not the immeasurable calamity. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "Go. Be careful." The demon beasts were pleasantly surprised and promised to be careful. Han Ju suddenly thought that this seemed to be the first time the Black Hell Chicken went out. He wondered if it could overcome its psychological barrier. That day, the demons of the hidden sect left. The Black Hell Demon Lord brought the other Black Hell Phoenixes along. 5 years later, Han Zuetian, in other words, the falling heavenly stone, successfully obtained human form. Just like that, a handsome youth appeared beside Zhou Mingyue. Wherever Zhou Mingyue went, he followed. The other disciples were very interested in this new disciple. They often came to see Han Zuetian and even taught him cultivation. Although Han Zuetian had acknowledged Zhou Mingyue as his master, he was being taken care of by the entire hidden sect. Tu Linger was always very emotional when she saw him. She thought of Long Hao. Back then, she had watched Long Hao grow up. Now that the calamity had ended and he had not returned, there was a high chance that he had died. Zhou Fan had said before that other than the heavenly race and the Providence sect, almost all living beings below the Zenith Heaven realm were dead. The true dragon race also suffered countless casualties. The heavenly emperor had long perished, so there was probably no one to protect Long Hao. It wasn't only Long Hao. Su Qi and Yang Tiandong had also disappeared for a long time. Almost half of the second-generation disciples of the hidden sect had died. The disciples were worried that Han Zuetian would walk Long Hao's path, so they often used Long Hao as an example to warn him. Fortunately, Han Zuetian had a gentle temperament and did not have any strong intentions. He didn't have an extreme desire to cultivate and probably did not want to go out. After the calamity ended, Han Ju finally understood what it meant to live a long life of peace. The immortal world was desolate. After returning for so long, he hadn't seen anything attack the 100-peak immortal river. The entire hidden sect was very calm and peaceful. Such a period of time might last for a long time. Chu Shiren guessed that it might take millions of years before the first batch of connate lifeforms would appear in the immortal world. It was all thanks to the spirit qi in the Tao field that Han Ju could transform so quickly. However, other than here, there was no other place in the entire immortal world that could compare to the 100-peak immortal river's immortal qi. More than 10 years later. Detected that you are 9,000 years old. You have the following choices: 1. Enter the world and enlighten all living beings to fight for heavenly Tao merit. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Don't enter the world for the time being and cultivate in peace. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone and a Tao field guard. Han Ju sighed. Unknowingly, he was already 9,000 years old. But why did 9,000 years sound so annoying? Han Ju directly chose the second option. He still obtained another pseudosage guard. Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. Can I choose to copy myself? No, Han Ju's excitement was instantly extinguished. He could only obediently choose to copy Sherdudao. The new guard was called Sima Yi. At this point, Han Ju had 3 guards replicas of Sherdudao, Zhao Yun, Jian Wei, and Sima Yi. The safety of the Tao field increased again. Han Ju took out the heavenly Tao spirit stone and the Book of Misfortune and started to upgrade it. The Book of Misfortune had contributed greatly to his achievements today. He had to improve it. Against a powerful enemy that far exceeded him, the effect of the Book of Misfortune was too strong several days later. The Book of Misfortune successfully upgraded from a Zenith Heaven Numinous Treasure to a Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure. In order to test the effect, Han Ju directly cursed Sage Fated Secrets with 1,000,000,000 years of his lifespan. In the end, he didn't see any emails from Sage Fated Secrets. What a waste. Han Ju wasn't disappointed. He was just messing with him. Something would happen sooner or later. After cursing, Han Ju continued cultivating. In a hall outside the 33rd heaven, Sage Fated Secrets opened his eyes and frowned. Who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? The curse has strengthened again. It's impossible for him to cultivate so quickly. He must be very strong. Previously, I only lowered my guard against him. He's definitely a sage. Sage Fated Secrets first suspected Qiu Shilai. Among the heavenly Tao sages, only they had the Tao destruction mystical power. They were the greatest threat to each other, so they had no choice but to befriend each other to prevent the other from acting recklessly. Of course, there were also the other heavenly Tao sages from the 3 schools of the Tao sect. The 3 schools of the Tao sect are the orthodox lineage of the Tao ancestor. They had always had the main say among the heavenly Tao sages. They often formed cliques and colluded with other sages. Sage Fated Secrets wasn't from the 3 schools and even had little to do with the Tao ancestor. Now that he had grasped the Tao destruction mystical power, he was definitely targeted. Sage Fated Secrets felt that he had to find out the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity. Otherwise, it would definitely become a huge problem in the future. Why don't I also curse the other sages and pretend to be the Dark Forbidden Lord? I'll let them be in chaos first. This way, that fellow will easily expose himself. Sage Fated Secrets thought silently. If he was the Dark Forbidden Lord and was instead cursed, he would definitely be worried and determined that he had been discovered. He would either restrain himself for a period of time or directly fall out with them. If they really fell out, Sage Fated Secrets wouldn't be afraid of the other Heavenly Tao sages. One-on-one, he was confident. Chapter 469 Breakthrough to the Pseudo-Sage Realm, a Sage's Mental Demon. Chapter 469 Breakthrough to the Pseudo-Sage Realm, a Sage's Mental Demon. Sage Fated Secrets' hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Han Ju couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this email. This meant that his curse had worked. Sage Fated Secrets hated his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord, not him. He naturally did not panic. Moreover, as long as he stayed in the Tao field, the Heavenly Tao Sage couldn't barge in. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly after the Heavenly Tao restarted. In a flash, 800 years passed. In the mortal world, 800 years was already enough to change the dynasty. Han Ju was finally about to break through to the pseudo-sage realm. The negative karma that he had accumulated for several calamities was still endless. It was enough for Han Ju to continue cultivating. Breaking through to the pseudo-sage realm took longer than any other breakthrough. After 20 years, Han Ju finally stepped into the pseudo-sage realm. Because of the Tao field concealing the heavenly secrets, Han Ju did not need to transcend the tribulation. However, the powerful aura he emitted couldn't be suppressed even by the system barrier. Everyone in the Tao field could sense it. The system barrier could only conceal the internal scene and couldn't prevent the aura from leaking out. After all, Han Ju was no longer a mortal. Although his aura was strong, it could not pass through the Tao field's defensive array. Master broke through again. What a powerful aura. This is definitely not something that a Zenith Heaven cultivator can achieve. He still says that he's not a sage. I don't think he's breaking through, I think he's creating a mystical power. Indeed. Sect Master's mystical powers are all extremely exquisite and unheard of. It means that he has been comprehending mystical powers while cultivating. Everyone from the hidden sect sighed at Han Ju's breakthrough. This was a good thing. The stronger Han Ju was, the safer they would be. At the same time, their cultivation would also be elevated. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju checked his attributes list as he consolidated his cultivation. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBoxNovel. Thanks. Name, Han Ju. Lifespan, 9,821 sextillion 290 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, early stage of the pseudo-primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin, pseudo-primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. The primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm should be the sage realm. What a mouthful. Han Ju noticed that his lifespan had increased by 10 times. 2 sextillion years. Who else can match me? After consolidating his cultivation, Han Ju had to curse Sage Fated Secrets. It was worth mentioning that Han Ju didn't receive any system notifications when he broke through to the pseudo-sage realm. Could it be that the system did not acknowledge this realm? Han Ju felt a little regretful and focused on cultivating. He used 10 years to consolidate his cultivation. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Sage Fated Secrets. This time, he wanted to see how many years his limit was. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease. He stared at his attributes panel. 100 million years. 1 billion years. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. His lifespan decreased faster and faster. Outside the 33rd heaven, Sage Fated Secrets was gathered in a stone pavilion with the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, and Sage Jinan. Clouds surrounded them, and the light was dim. As they chatted, Sect Master Tianju asked, "Fellow Taoist Fated Secrets, why are you suddenly silent?" Sage Fated Secrets took a deep breath and said, "The Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me." Dark Forbidden Lord? The three sages frowned. The sages had discussed before and discovered that the calamity had progressed too quickly. It was mainly because the Dark Forbidden Lord had cursed the various factions in the immortal world and even caused a curse trend, causing the sages to have no choice but to personally participate in order to set up their own arrangements. They had even joined forces to investigate, but they couldn't find out the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity. Now that the fated secret sage was being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord, this was not good. This meant that the Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to target the sages. At the thought that Sage Fated Secrets might be cursed to death by the unknown Dark Forbidden Lord, the sages couldn't help but feel desolate. They couldn't let this happen. If the sages were cursed to death in a peaceful era, where would their dignity be? Do you really think that the Dark Forbidden Lord is a heavenly Tao sage? Sect Master Tianju frowned and asked. Sage Fated Secrets asked, other than sages, do mortals have such methods? As for higher existences, they don't care about the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, the three sages fell into deep thought. Sages had fought openly and secretly for countless years. They couldn't trust each other. Sage Fated Secrets was observing the three sages' reactions. They didn't know what he was thinking. The three sages actually had doubts. Could Sage Fated Secrets be pretending? Could he be acting? To be honest, I've been cursed recently, Sage Jinan suddenly said with a worried expression. Sage Fated Secrets glanced at him and asked, really? Sage Jinan said, yes. Like you, we're cursed once every 10 years. However, we are not cursed at the same time. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, in that case, the Dark Forbidden Lord is not one of us, but another sage. Although the three schools of the Tao sect know how to fight, they never use their true strength. After all, we are bound together for good or bad. Sect Master Tianju nodded. Sage Fated Secrets cursed silently and said, in that case, I hope that the three of you can find out the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity. All right, the three sages replied in unison. 3 trillion years. Hanju was constantly refreshing his record, but the heavenly Tao sage was really stubborn. Nothing happened no matter how long he cursed. Hanju wanted to test his limits. How many years of lifespan could he lose before the negative state appeared? His lifespan continued to decrease. After 10 trillion years, Hanju's heart began to tremble. Crap, he was already a pseudo-sage. Could he continue cursing endlessly? Should I persist a little longer? Hanju gritted his teeth. After deducting 15 trillion years of his lifespan, Hanju finally saw an email. Because of your curse, your enemy Sage Fated Secrets has a disrupted sage heart and developed mental demons. Hanju immediately stopped. His heart was still bleeding. It took him 15 trillion years to barely produce a mental demon. Was this the heavenly Tao sage? Hanju put away the Book of Misfortune and decided not to act recklessly in the future. This was too extravagant. Sage Fated Secrets was definitely not the last enemy. There would be stronger enemies in the future, but it was only a matter of time before they appeared. What would happen if he kept squandering his lifespan? Hanju's breakthrough speed had already slowed down. This meant that he couldn't quickly refresh his lifespan anymore. He had to stabilize himself in the future. While Hanju reflected on himself, Sage Fated Secrets panicked. He found Qiu Shilai, and the two of them met in a golden palace. What? The Dark Forbidden Lord can curse you until you developed a mental demon? Qiu Shilai was shocked. Compared to him, Sage Fated Secrets was stronger. If what Sage Fated Secrets said was true, the Dark Forbidden Lord would also be a threat to him. Sage Fated Secrets' expression was extremely ugly. If I lie, the heavenly Tao's providence will be damaged. Qiu Shilai looked even more flustered. The Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely a sage. He might even be stronger than Sage Fated Secrets. Who was it? Chapter 470 13 Fiend Celestial Dharma Idols. Chapter 470 13 Fiend Celestial Dharma Idols. Han Ju didn't know that his curse on Sage Fated Secrets had already caused uneasiness among the sages. After cursing him, he began to improve his Sword Dao mystical powers. It only took him a month. Then, Han Ju began to cultivate the Grand Unity aspect. The 9th Fiend Celestial was the Combat Fiend Celestial. It used its fighting spirit to increase cultivation and fight till death. The 10th Fiend Celestial, the Death Fiend Celestial, transformed the Great Tao into Death Qi. The Death Qi devoured vitality and caused all things to die. The 11th Fiend Celestial, Wood Breath Fiend Celestial, had the wood origin. Its dermic powers gave birth to wood, and it imprisoned the heavens. The 12th Fiend Celestial was the Soul Fiend Celestial. It had no body and cultivated the soul. Each thought produced was boundless. The 13th Fiend Celestial was the Killing Intent Fiend Celestial. It condensed killing intent into the Tao. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the Tao technique. Han Ju used 9 years to refine 5 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. When the 13 Fiend Celestials appeared together, they were simply unstoppable. The Fiend Celestials that Han Ju currently controlled were the Heavenly Constellation Fiend Celestial, 9 Fiend Celestial, Wind-Shaking Fiend Celestial, Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial, Void Fiend Celestial, Scarlet Clear Fiend Celestial, Weak Water Fiend Celestial, an Extreme Darkness Fiend Celestial, the Combat Fiend Celestial, the Death Fiend Celestial, the Wood Breath Fiend Celestial, the Soul Fiend Celestial, and the Killing Intent Fiend Celestial. He began the simulation trial. Even if he chose a pseudo-sage, he still enjoyed the feeling of brutality. It doesn't matter how powerful you are or how powerful your Dharma treasures are. In front of the 13 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols, you are nothing but an ant. Han Ju tried to challenge the heavenly Tao sage, Fuxician. Yeah. He was still killed. However, it was finally not an instant kill. Han Ju lasted for 2 breaths of time. He had improved greatly. In a good mood, Han Ju decided to preach the Tao to the disciples. He walked out of the Taoist temple and headed to the Fusang tree. With his cultivation level, he could teleport to the Fusang tree, but he liked to walk on foot. It was a good opportunity to stroll around. After so many years, the change to the 100-peak Immortal River was also very great. Traceless breeze lotuses were everywhere, the green lotuses on the ground emitting a dense connate qi. 100-peak Immortal River's trees were all extremely tall. The tallest tree was already more than 1,000 feet tall, but in front of the Fusang tree, they were like flowers. The Fusang tree was already 10,000 feet tall, like the oldest tree in the legends. When Han Ju walked to the Fusang tree, all the disciples had already gathered. Jiang Yi, the black hell chicken, and the other beasts had yet to return, but Han Ju learned from the emails that they were doing well. Their potential had been transforming by devouring the beasts. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. By the time they returned, they would probably have all reached the Immortal Emperor realm. The era of ferocious beasts was a banquet prepared for the first batch of mighty figures of the world. To be able to stand out during this era, one's potential, strength, and combat talent must be extremely strong. With time, becoming a mighty figure that ruled the myriad worlds was not difficult. Han Ju began to preach the Tao. His voice resounded throughout the 100-peak Immortal River, allowing the Nether race to hear him. After reaching the pseudo-sage realm, Han Ju's Tao voice had even more profundities. During the lecture, his voice greatly increased the comprehension of the listeners. His Tao technique was even more profound, and everyone could obtain enlightenment from it. This lecture lasted longer than ever. Han Ju talked for 50 years. After the lecture, he returned to the Taoist temple alone. Giving a lecture to his disciples was actually equivalent to sorting out his Tao techniques and benefiting greatly. No wonder so many mighty figures like to preach the Tao. They can not only give gifts but also help increase their cultivation. Han Ju smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. In the wilderness, a long worm that was as huge as a mountain range was advancing. It was like a centipede, but its 100 feet were like the paws of a lion. As it advanced, it created a path. It seemed to be looking for food, walking and stopping at this moment, the ground collapsed. A bloody mouth broke out from the ground and bit off this long worm, causing blood to splatter across the ground. This beast that broke out of the ground was like a bear's head. It had 8 eyes and wandered in different directions. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind descended. A pair of terrifying claws broke through the sea of clouds and grabbed the 8-eyed beast, dragging it out of the ground and flying above the sea of clouds. TSK TSK TSK. I, your master chicken, can eat my fill again. An extremely arrogant laugh resounded through the sky. Holding the 8-eyed beast was a huge black chicken. Black Hell Chicken. In front of the Black Hell Chicken, the 8-eyed beast also appeared short. The Black Hell Chicken flapped its wings and disappeared into the horizon. A group of people stood on the Black Hell Chicken's back. It was Jiang Yi and the others. Blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Yi had no choice but to use his mystical power to create a protective shield to block it. Ada said unhappily, "This stinky chicken is always so exaggerated. Is it on purpose?" The chaotic heavenly dog looked at the Black Hell Demon Lord and said, "Aren't you its brother? Control it." The Black Hell Demon Lord said angrily, "How? It has always been very arrogant." The 3-headed Wirm King shouted, "It's my turn now. All of you, hold the line." Everyone was noisy. After a while, the Black Hell Chicken finished eating the 8-eyed beast. "Oh. You beasts actually have intelligence." A voice suddenly resounded through the world. Jiang Yi's expression changed slightly. He couldn't sense where the other party was. A mighty figure. Jiang Yi said loudly, "Senior, we are not ferocious beasts." If it was in the past, Jiang Yi would definitely curse. However, the Golden Crow Divine Clan was suspected to be extinct now. The surviving mighty figures were existences he couldn't provoke. He had to be careful. There's also a Golden Crow. His potential is not bad. All of you can join me. The mysterious mighty figure smiled and the sky darkened. A terrifying wind appeared and swept them all into the sky. Jiang Yi and the others looked up. A huge sleeve appeared in the sky, covering the sky and making it difficult to estimate its diameter. They wanted to escape, but they were suppressed by powerful dermic powers and could not move. Soon, they were swept into his sleeve. 100 Peak Immortal River. It had been 8 years since the lecture ended. Many disciples were still in a state of Tao comprehension and had yet to awaken. Han Ju was cultivating when he suddenly sensed someone using the invocation technique. He counted with his fingers. It was the Black Hell Chicken. After so many years, this was the first time the Black Hell Chicken had used the invocation technique. Could something have happened? Although he was already invincible, Han Ju still warily asked, "If I go over, will I be in danger? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. Not for the time being." Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and immediately activated all his Dharma treasures. The sun and moon yin-yang protection emitted a divine light that enveloped his body. He stood up and stepped into the black vortex. On the other side, Jiang Yi, the Black Hell Chicken, the Black Hell Demon Lord, and the others were trapped in an open space. The ground was like jade, and the edge of the open space was dark. They couldn't see the exit. Looking up, they could see a mouth of light that was only interwoven with lightning. The black hell chicken looked nervously at the black vortex. "Will master not come?" the chicken muttered. Jiang Yi and the others were also worried. At this moment, a strong light overflowed from the black vortex. Han Ju stepped out. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and knelt down to him. Han Ju immediately checked the surrounding enemies. Ta Tiange, perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, immortal of the Chan School. Chapter 471 Heavenly Venerates Tao Lecture, 10,000 years old. Chapter 471 Heavenly Venerates Tao Lecture, 10,000 years old. Perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, so powerful. The Chan School had a deep foundation. They hadn't displayed it before. They could really tolerate it. Han Ju looked at the black hell chicken and asked, "You were caught?" Under the light of the divine light, Han Ju was like a god of creation descending. His image was filled with visual shock. The black hell chicken said angrily, "Master, someone caught us for no reason and wants us to be slaves." Jiang Yi and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Han Ju. Now, in their minds, Han Ju was already an existence comparable to a sage. As long as he appeared, the danger would definitely be resolved. "Oh. Rank 1 Immortal Emperor? No, the Dharma treasure on you is not simple." A voice followed. It was the voice of Ta Tiange. Han Ju said, "A mere Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal wants to take in my disciples. Let them go. I can pretend that this didn't happen." Ta Tiange snorted. "You're really arrogant. Break through my mystical power first." Han Ju raised his hand and stuck out his right middle finger. A sword chi suddenly shot out. Heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. A single finger pierced through the sky. The light hole above was torn apart and the darkness around the clearing shattered as if paper was being burned by flames. Han Ju and the others landed on a hill. They looked up and saw Ta Tiange standing on a white cloud. This person wore a Taoist robe. His eyebrows were like curved blades. His eyes were long and narrow, and his facial features were even more sinister. Ta Tiange stared at Han Ju and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Ta Tiange has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars, 5 stars. Irresolvable except for death. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Very good, you're a goner. Han Ju didn't care which sect the other party came from. Sages couldn't enter the immortal world, so what was there to be afraid of? Han Ju smiled and said, "Who am I? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if you hear it." Ta Tiange frowned and asked, "Tell." The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol suddenly condensed above Han Ju's head. Even before it formed, it punched into the sky. The terrifying force distorted the sky as if it would collapse at any moment. Before Ta Tiange could react, he was crushed by the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial's fist wind, his body and soul destroyed. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial dissipated as well. It was so fast that Jiang Yi and the others didn't even have time to react. In their eyes, a strong wind suddenly blew and Ta Tiange was gone. Jiang Yi shivered and recalled the scene when he challenged Han Ju in the simulation trial. Han Ju retracted his hand and checked his interpersonal relationships. He discovered that the portrait of Ta Tiange was still there. It seemed that this fellow had a life-saving method. His soul fragment was probably left behind in the Chan school. Han Ju turned to look at Jiang Yi and the others and said, "Go back as soon as possible. That person's background is not simple. He didn't die completely. He will take revenge on you in the future. I won't save you if there's a next time." Han Ju turned around and stepped into the black vortex. It shrank and disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses. The black hell chicken hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and go back." Jiang Yi nodded. He was no longer the arrogant prodigy of the past and knew the importance of living. Ta Tiange's appearance indicated that the Providence sect had begun to move and plot against the immortal world. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju didn't receive any hatred notifications from the other Chan school mighty figures. However, he couldn't let his guard down. If the entire Chan school wanted to deal with him because of this, he could only destroy it completely. As long as he stayed in the Dao field, Han Ju wasn't afraid of them. Without the help of a sage, the combined forces of the Chan school could not break through the Dao field's defense. Han Ju began to cultivate. A year later, he still did not receive any hatred notifications from the Chan school mighty figures. It seemed that Ta Tiange did not publicize this matter. The Chan school sages did not care about this matter. Han Ju completely relaxed and focused on cultivating. Time flew. 86 years passed. Jiang Yi and the others returned. They didn't lose a single person. All of them became immortal emperors. Their return caused the other disciples to rush over and ask curiously. They had nothing to do, so they told the tale about being saved by Han Ju. Especially the black hell chicken. It boasted that Han Ju had clearly insta-killed Ta Tiange, but he had blown up the entire world with a single punch. It almost caused the end of the world. Han Ju was very satisfied with their attitude. They had said that they would return, which meant that their Tao hearts had already been nurtured and they knew the importance of avoiding danger. Several months later, a voice resounded through the world. I'm the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, the Chan School Sage. In 100 years, I will preach the Tao in the 33rd Heaven's South Extreme Palace. All living beings can come and listen to the Tao. Han Ju couldn't help but recall Ancestor Shitian's lecture. It had to be said that the appeal of a sage's lecture was still very great. However, Han Ju would never go again. He had the great Tao of extreme origin and did not need to listen to the Tao of other sages anymore. If he went, he might even be killed by a sage. As for sending his clone, the Heavenly Emperor had said that it was disrespectful to a sage. It was better not to go. Everyone from the hidden sect also began to discuss this matter. Without Han Ju's agreement, they didn't dare to go. Not long after the calamity ended, the terrifying might of the sages could still be remembered. It was precisely because of the battle between the sages that all living beings were annihilated. Who dared to go under such circumstances? Just like that, the hidden sect ignored the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's lecture and continued cultivating. Immortal world, overseas, on an island. Huang Zuantian stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the end of the sea. A Jia school disciple appeared behind him and knelt down. He asked, Master, the Chan school sage is preaching. Are we going? Huang Zuantian retracted his gaze and said casually, If you want to go, feel free. The disciple said, The relationship between the Jia school and the Chan school, this is not something you should care about. Huang Zuantian interrupted unhappily. The disciple was secretly surprised. Had Master gone mad today? Huang Zuantian seemed to realize that his attitude was wrong. His expression softened and he said, Have you found the Scarlet Cloud World's whereabouts? The disciple replied, Almost all the living beings in the mortal world have been slaughtered. There are no living beings. The heavenly Tao has been restarted. We can't tell which mortal world the Scarlet Cloud World is. Huang Zuantian frowned. He didn't believe that Han Ju would die in the calamity. However, he couldn't deduce where he was. Huang Zuantian wanted to return to Han Ju's side to cultivate peacefully. He had stayed in the Jia school for long enough. Although he was already the vice sect master, he often had no time to cultivate in peace. In his opinion, although the Jia school had survived the previous calamity, they would definitely enter the calamity again until the sect was destroyed. A bunch of madmen. He simply couldn't continue to stay with them. The disciple asked curiously, Why do you care so much about the mortal world you come from? You're the vice sect master of the Jie school. It won't be difficult for you to create another mortal world in the future. Huang Zuantian said with a faint gaze, disciple, you don't understand. Continue the investigation. All right. The disciple left with doubts. Huang Zuantian sighed and returned to his palace. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Han Ju also welcomed his 10,000-year birthday. A 10,000-year-old pseudo-sage. If news of this cultivation speed spread, even sages would probably be shocked. A notification appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Detected that you are 10,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. Chapter 472 Myriad Worlds Projection, Imparting the Tao. Chapter 472 Myriad Worlds Projection, Imparting the Tao. 1. Fight for providence and become famous in the immortal world. You will become a legend that will never fade. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the system. 2. Maintain your initial determination and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You can obtain a new opportunity to activate a function of the system. System upgrade. A new function of the system. As expected of the 10,000th year, it was quite impressive. Han Ju wanted to choose the first one, but it was too dangerous and not suitable for him. The system couldn't make him stronger by leaps and bounds. Cultivation still depended on him. He couldn't be reckless before he achieved absolute invincibility. Han Ju silently chose the second option. New function of the system Myriad Worlds Projection. Myriad Worlds Projection. You can choose anyone and pull their consciousness into a projected space created by the system. No matter where the members are, they can communicate and transport Dharma treasures into the projected space. The Myriad Worlds Projection isolates karma and divine sense prying. The level of defense is related to the Tao field. This was the Myriad Worlds chat group. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. He felt that this function was a little useless. However, he noticed that it could transport Dharma treasures. If a disciple couldn't defeat the enemy, he could send the Dharma treasure over to help. But if that was the case, would the Dharma treasure be disarmed? Han Ju didn't use the Myriad Worlds Projection immediately. He thought of the new function, absolute purification. This thing had been put aside and had yet to be used. I'll use absolute purification on Su Qi. Can it wash away his bad luck? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Su Qi is the incarnation of misfortune. You can't wash away his bad luck, but you can wash away the negative karma of the heavenly Tao and the unstable elements of bad luck, helping him perfectly control the power of misfortune. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. If Su Qi could control his bad luck, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Han Ju immediately used absolute purification on Su Qi. He was suppressed in the world of stars and didn't even need to be released. Han Ju could directly use the function. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Beginning purification, Han Ju also activated the Myriad Worlds Projection. He first created the projection world. Soon, he had an idea. A dark hall appeared. Han Ju sat at the head of the table and faced 2 rows of precious chairs. Outside the hall was a bright galaxy. The projected area was not big. There was only this palace. It was usually enough for the disciples to communicate with each other. Han Ju immediately invited the hidden sect disciples into the projection world. The leader of the nether race also came. The leader of the nether race was called Han Yu, and he was already an immortal emperor. Everyone was stunned when they arrived at the Myriad Worlds Hall. Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer were also pulled over. After all, they were now part of the hidden sect. Everyone's gaze landed on Han Ju. They weren't nervous when they saw him. The Black Hell Chicken was the first to ask, "Master, what is this place?" Han Ju smiled and said, "This is a mystical power I created, the projection of the myriad worlds. In the future, no matter where you go, you can send your consciousness here and communicate. You can also exchange Dharma treasures." Zhao Xuanyuan's eyes widened. This isn't the chaotic domain. He couldn't help but look at Dao Sovereign. Dao Sovereign sighed. Master is indeed master. He can actually create such a mystical power. We can't resist at all. Before they could react, their consciousness was pulled into the myriad worlds hall. So that we can seek help when we go out in the future. How do you know? Senior brother Dao likes to do this. Nonsense, what do you mean by like? Is this the chaotic domain you mentioned? If anything happens to me in the future, lend me your Dharma treasure. Everyone found it novel and discussed it. Han Ju left the myriad worlds hall. In the future, if the disciples wanted to enter, they could do it with a thought. Han Ju was about to resume cultivation when Xing Hongshuan's voice came from the Taoist temple. Husband, can I come in? Han Ju said, come in. Crap. Is this woman hungry again? Xing Hongxian walked into the Taoist temple and sat beside him. She said, Husband, recently, I've encountered trouble in my cultivation. I feel that it's useless no matter how I cultivate. It seems that the cultivation technique is stuck. My master in the human race said that this cultivation technique needs to cultivate the Great Tao, but I don't know what the Great Tao really is. Han Ju smiled and said, it's fine. I'll teach you a Great Tao. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised and immediately jumped into his arms. Han Ju had already planned to teach the Great Tao of extreme origin to all the hidden sect disciples. Although he still needed to comprehend the Great Tao of extreme origin, it was created by him. Any living being who cultivated this Great Tao would nurture its creator while becoming stronger. It was the same no matter what. As the saying went, when a person obtained the Tao, all his friends would ascend to the heavens. The reason why ancestor Shitian preached the Great Tao of Karma was not only for good karma but also to expand his own orthodoxy. Han Ju didn't have to worry that the Great Tao of extreme origin of others would surpass his. The Great Tao was not a cultivation technique or a mystical power. All living beings who cultivated the Great Tao of extreme origin were paving the way for him. He was always stronger than the cultivators of this Great Tao. The Great Tao inheritance was not that simple. Han Ju directly taught Xing Hongxian with enlightenment, but it still took her 13 years. After the inheritance ended, the two of them enjoyed themselves for a month before Xing Hongxian left and returned to her residence to cultivate. During this period, Su Qi was successfully purified, but Han Ju didn't release his soul immediately. He had nothing to do and started to check his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuantian listened to the sage preach and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a sage, X2, your grand disciple Fang Liang has comprehended the heavenly Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor encountered the primordial divine hall by chance. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by your enemy Li Xianao. Your good friend Pan Xian was suppressed by the ancient master of calamity. Your good friend Jiang Dugu received guidance from a sage. His cultivation has increased greatly. It was boring. They were all emails about opportunities. However, when Han Ju saw Huang Zuantian, he became interested. Back then, he had sent Huang Zuantian to the Jia school. He didn't expect that this fellow had already become the vice sect master. Should he contact him? Han Ju decided to dream of Huang Zuantian. Soon, the two of them entered a dream. In the dream was the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Han Ju met Huang Zuantian with his true body, but the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection was too blinding. The latter didn't recognize him immediately. "How have you been?" Han Ju asked while the other party was nervous. Huang Zuentian was pleasantly surprised. How many times did he dream of returning to the Scarlet Cloud world? He finally saw Han Ju. Although it was only a dream, Huang Zuentian was still very excited. Wait. Could it be a scam? Huang Zuentian frowned. Han Ju saw through his suspicion and snorted. "Don't worry. This dream is only between you and me. Even sages can't spy on it. Wasn't I the one who instructed you to go to the Jie school?" Huang Zuentian's favorability towards him had not decreased. He could be trusted. The dark nightmare wouldn't be spied on by. Huang Zuentian felt relieved when he heard that. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "You've finally come to find me. When can I return to your side? I'm afraid that if I stay any longer, I'll become the sect master." Chapter 473 Imparting the Great Tao, Han Ju's Cultivation. Chapter 473 Imparting the Great Tao, Han Ju's Cultivation. Han Ju was speechless when he heard Huang Zuentian's words. "You're really a talent." The Jie school wasn't a mortal sect. In just a few thousand years, he had become the vice sect master from an ordinary disciple. It was simply unheard of. No one would believe such a story. Han Ju fell silent. He suddenly did not want to recall Huang Zuentian. If he continued to stay, he might directly control the Jie school. Han Ju felt that it was quite beautiful. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "If I let you come back now, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Although you've suffered all these years, your cultivation has indeed become stronger. Hold on for a while longer. One day, I'll personally fetch you back." Huang Zuentian's eyes darkened. However, when he thought of Han Ju personally receiving him, he was immediately excited. What he meant was, at that time, Han Ju wouldn't be afraid of the Jie school. Han Ju said meaningfully, "Many people who faced the immeasurable calamity this time are from the Scarlet Cloud world. You should know about this, right? If your information is powerful, you should know that those who have karma with me have all survived and are doing well." Huang Zuentian was moved. He had been puzzled about this before. In that case, Huang Zuentian didn't dare to think about it. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "What else do you need me to do?" Han Ju said, "Continue what you did previously. I don't want to assign you a mission. If you have too strong of an intention, it will easily attract trouble. Stay in the Jie school. You only need to be a good disciple and cultivate seriously." Huang Zuentian nodded and couldn't help but ask, "How much longer do I have to wait?" Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "Not long." Huang Zuentian was relieved. "You just finished listening to the Tao?" Han Ju asked. Huang Zuentian smiled. "You're really perceptive of the myriad worlds. I can't hide anything from you. The sages of the Jie school treat you very. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Well, I'm ashamed to say this. The sages preach to the elite disciples. They preach the great Tao, but I can only comprehend myself and not the great Tao." Huang Zuentian looked pained. This wasn't the first time he had heard a sage preach the Tao, but the great Tao was too profound for him. Han Ju smiled and said, "Then, I'll teach you a great Tao. How about that?" Huang Zuentian was stunned. He stared at him. Under the light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, Han Ju was like a god. Huang Zuentian seemed to see a sage. Sages were so high and mighty. Since Han Ju could teach him the great Tao, didn't that mean? Huang Zuentian didn't dare to continue thinking. He nodded quickly. Han Ju said, "Don't say that I taught you this great Tao. Say that you comprehended it by chance, and don't use it unless you have no choice." Use it only as a cultivation technique to comprehend. No problem. Huang Zuantian hurriedly agreed. 20 years passed quickly. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes as brilliance flashed. He looked at his Taoist temple and felt as if a lifetime had passed. What a profound great Tao. It feels even more unfathomable than the great Tao of a sage. Why can he easily teach it to me, when I don't understand the Tao of a sage? Could it be that he's already stronger than a sage? The moment this thought appeared, it was like weeds growing violently in Huang Zuantian's mind. It was unstoppable. At this moment, the voice of a Jia school disciple came from outside the Taoist temple. Master, the sage has invited you. Huang Zuantian took a deep breath and immediately stood up. He made up his mind to hide the preaching. As he walked, he used his mystical power to erase the memory of Han Ju teaching him the great Tao. At this moment, even he didn't know where the great Tao of extreme origin came from. He could only guess that it was related to Han Ju's dream. In that case, even if a sage searched his soul, he wouldn't be able to find Han Ju. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju entered his cultivation state again. Cultivate. Cultivate. His goal was to become a sage. With the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao cultivation technique, the great Tao of extreme origin, and the stellar primordial body, Han Ju did not need to walk the path of providence to attain the Tao or merit to become a sage. He could attain the Tao with brute force. This method was recorded in the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. After all, the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao was a great Tao cultivation technique created by the 9 great Tao fragments. The hidden sect disciples would occasionally head to the myriad worlds hall to chat. They were clearly very close. Some people liked to chat in the group all the time, causing it to never quiet down. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. 1,000 years passed. At 11,000 years old, Han Ju didn't receive a system notification. His heart also sank. This meant that there would only be a notification once every 10,000 years. After all, it started once every 10 years. Would it happen once every million years or once every billion years in the future? Han Ju didn't dare to think too much. At that point, he should already be very strong. 1,000 years later, the entire hidden sect, including Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and 10,000 nether race members, had all reached the immortal emperor realm. This was related to Han Ju frequently preaching. Every 300 years, he would preach the Tao once, and each time, he would preach for at least 30 years. On this day, Han Ju called Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Jiang Yi, Zhou Fan, and Li Yao into the Taoist temple. Not long ago, Li Yao had just stepped into the deity realm. I'm prepared to teach you the great Tao, Han Ju said. The 5 of them lit up. Tao Sovereign was the first to ask, is it really the great Tao? I heard that only sages can teach the great Tao, Han Ju said. The great Tao inheritance is actually beneficial to the Tao preacher. If you cultivate the great Tao of the sages, you will never be able to surpass them. Similarly, it's the same for cultivating my great Tao. However, if I'm stronger, your great Tao will also be stronger. It depends on whether you have confidence in me and whether I can surpass the heavenly Tao sages and those high and mighty existences. Zhou Fan snorted. Definitely. You're the only person I acknowledge. The other 4 nodded. Until today, they no longer dared to compete with Han Ju. They only had endless admiration for him. Every time they entered the simulation trial when they were arrogant and were insta-killed by Han Ju, they knew that they were still far from it. They were all very confident that before those heavenly Tao sages attained the Tao, their talent might not be stronger than theirs. However, Han Ju was different. Even the 3 chaotic physiques couldn't catch up to him. Han Ju's future achievements were immeasurable. Hurry up and teach it. Li Yao urged. Han Ju smiled and immediately started preaching. The reason why he could completely impart the Great Tao to others was mainly that he had created the Great Tao of extreme origin. For example, when Ancestor Shitian taught the Great Tao of Karma, the listeners couldn't completely comprehend it because Ancestor Shitian wasn't the Great Tao of Karma's creator. He was only the first cultivator. This preaching ended after 9 years. It was mainly because these 5 people were too talented. In the entire immortal world, few could compare to them. However, the 5 of them still needed a long time to comprehend the Tao before they could completely master it. They had basically obtained a cultivation method and had just started. After the preaching ended, Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to the Fusang tree. He walked in front of the spatial vortex and asked, "How's the situation recently?" Ma Chao replied, "Often, living beings approach this cave and even want to barge in, but they are frightened by my aura." Chapter 474 Heavenly Race Banquet, the Pillar of the Hidden Sect. Chapter 474 Heavenly Race Banquet, the Pillar of the Hidden Sect. After hearing Ma Chao's words, Han Ju frowned slightly. This was not good. Can the sages of the Kiliacosm world enter the Tao field through the spatial vortex? Han Ju secretly asked. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. How annoying. Not for the time being. The Tao field is located in the heavenly Tao. Sages need to cross the control of the heavenly Tao to enter it. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a good thing to continue like this. He had to eliminate the threat. Han Ju suddenly thought of Su Qi. Absolute purification allowed Su Qi to perfectly control bad luck. Could he let the Fusang tree control the spacetime vortex? He directly purified the Fusang tree. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to ask. Since asking required hundreds of millions of years of lifespan, he might as well do it directly. The Fusang tree began to shake as if a person was itchy and twisting about. Han Ju said, "Don't worry. I'm helping you." The Fusang tree asked curiously, "Help me with what?" "I'll help you control the spatial vortex. This place is too dangerous. If it's really difficult to control, I can only." Han Ju didn't say anything else. The Fusang tree was almost frightened to death. Ma Chao, Dian Wei, and Zhao Yun did not speak. The guards could communicate, but they only followed Han Ju's orders and didn't think about anything else. Han Ju stayed on the Fusang tree and waited for the absolute purification to end. After a while. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The absolute purification was over. The spatial vortex shrank. The Fusang tree said in surprise, "I can actually control this spacetime vortex. It's like my branch. I can control it to sprout and bloom." Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He now had a deeper understanding of absolute purification. Not only could it eliminate the negative debuff, but it could also buff. Han Ju said, "Without my instructions, you are not allowed to open the spacetime vortex in the future." The Fusang tree replied, "All right." To prevent any accidents, Han Ju still left Dian Wei here. The other guards guarded the various areas of the 100-peak Immortal River. Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and continued cultivating. After so many years, he was still far from the mid-stage of the pseudosage realm. Fortunately, his improvement was very obvious. Ever since they obtained the great Tao of extreme origin, Zhou Fan, Li Yao, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi began to enter seclusion. Everyone could feel their aura becoming stronger. The other disciples were all curious about what special treatment Han Ju had given them. Han Ju had a goal. He wanted the entire hidden sect to cultivate the great Tao of extreme origin. As he cultivated the great Tao deeper, the disciples of the hidden sect could not betray him. If he died, it would harm all the cultivators of the great Tao of extreme origin. Of course, the stronger he was, the greater the benefits for cultivators of the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Ju wanted to spread his own Tao. 500 years passed in a flash. More and more ferocious beasts surrounded the 100-peak immortal river. They weren't attracted here, but simply because the number of ferocious beasts in the world increased. Many ferocious beasts were also growing in the 100-peak immortal river. Because it was isolated from the heavenly Tao, it was not affected by its providence. They didn't transform into ferocious beasts but connate lifeforms like Han Zuetian. These connate lifeforms' potential was far inferior to Han Zuetian's. Without the notification of triggering the providence bearer detection, Han Ju ignored them. However, Han Zuetian was very interested in them. Before they had even transformed, he had already called them brothers and took them in as his underlings. Han Ju didn't care about this. As the person with the lowest seniority in the hidden sect, it wouldn't be bad if Han Zuetian could recruit those connate lifeforms. On this day, the 100-peak immortal river welcomed a guest. I'm Fong Huangjun of the heavenly race. I have specially come to visit the sect master of the hidden sect. A voice entered the Dao field. Han Ju opened his eyes. Wasn't Fong Huangjun the current leader of the Fong clan created by Fong Liang? Han Ju wasn't surprised that the Dao field was exposed. The heavenly race was the greatest force now. It wasn't difficult for them to travel the immortal world without many living beings. Han Ju asked, "What is it?" Fong Huangjun's voice sounded again. The heavenly race is preparing to hold a banquet in the 13th heaven and invite all the forces in the world. Our leader specifically instructed that the hidden sect should also be a major force and asked me to personally invite them. Banquet? Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "I better not go. Thank you for your leader's kind intentions." Fong Huangjun continued, "The leader said that you don't have to worry. At that time, the heavenly court and the heavenly race will take care of the hidden sect. If you don't want to come, you can send your disciples. This banquet will be divided into various regions of the immortal world. The hidden sect doesn't want to be in the territory of other major factions in the future, right? At that time, there will be endless trouble. How are you going to cultivate?" Han Ju remained silent. That was true. He didn't want to have conflicts with the other major factions. Is Fong Huangjun saying Ji Xianqian's true feelings? Han Ju asked in his mind. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Fong Huangjun isn't lying. Han Ju asked, when? In 50 years. We will hold the banquet for 10 years. All right. Then, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. After Fong Huangjun left, Han Ju called Murong Qi, Dao Sovereign, and Jiang Yi over. In the banquet of the heavenly race in 50 years, the three of you can go together and lead 100 nether race members. Murong Qi will take charge, and the others will listen to his arrangements. Han Ju instructed. Although Murong Qi's seniority was low, he was the most stable and had once controlled his own faction. Dao Sovereign smiled. No problem. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and said, aren't 100 immortal emperors too few? If we want to stay away from trouble, we have to show our strength and bring another 900 immortal emperors. 10,000 immortal emperors. This was an extremely terrifying force. The divine palace and the heavenly court at their peak had not reached this level, so Jiang Yi really did not care about the other factions. Han Ju said, it's not good to be too strong. Let's just add another 100. No more. You can discuss it with Han Yu. Jiang Yi curled his lips and said, all right. Han Ju thought for a moment and added, don't provoke any enemies. But if anyone causes trouble for you, there's no need to hold back. Being too timid was not good sometimes. The three of them nodded and agreed. Then, Han Ju asked them to leave. Han Ju sighed silently. The Khanate lifeforms have yet to rise, but the various forces can't wait to divide their territory. The Khanate lifeforms of this generation are really pitiful. His target was no longer the immortal world. His opponent was not a pseudo-sage, but the sages from all directions. It was best to become a sage as soon as possible. Now, even if the hidden sect encountered trouble, they could resolve it themselves. Speaking of which, the hidden sect still lacked a prominent figure. Although Murongqi was calm, his potential was lacking. Among Zhao Xianyuan, Dao Sovereign, and Jiang Yi, he had to quickly support a powerful existence. At the very least, it had to be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Currently, Dao Sovereign would be the first to reach the Zenith Heaven realm. It was just that this fellow was too reckless and found it difficult to carry out important missions. In the future, if anything happened to the hidden sect, they couldn't always rely on Han Ju. Look at the three schools of the Dao sect. Their sect masters were all disciples. Sages were high and mighty. Han Ju closed his eyes as he thought. At the same time, the hidden sect disciples gathered in the Myriad Worlds Hall to discuss the heavenly race banquet. They were all very excited. This indicated that the hidden sect had truly become a major force in the immortal world. Chapter 475 The Power of the Hidden Sect, Rise of the Human School. Chapter 475 The Power of the Hidden Sect, Rise of the Human School 50 years later Immortal World, 13th Heaven. Palace after palace stood above a sea of clouds. Rows of immortal birds circled around them, and they were beautiful like paintings. Murongqi, Dao Sovereign, and Jiang Yi flew over with 200 nether race beings. As they advanced, they looked around. This is the heavenly race. It feels even more imposing than the past heavenly court. It's said that the heavenly race's patriarch has a close relationship with our sect master. Ji Xianxian once joined forces with Grandmaster to fight against an immortal god. Are they really working together? Murongqi and the other two chatted softly. Their gazes did not stop sweeping in all directions. The aura of 200 immortal emperors gathered together was extremely strong, attracting the attention of the living beings in front of the palaces along the way. Fang Huangjun flew over and stopped in front of Murongqi. You are, Murongqi said, hidden sect disciple, Murongqi. Fang Huangjun raised his eyebrows and looked at Dao Sovereign and Jiang Yi. He was slightly moved. Dao Sovereign asked, where's Fang Liang? Why isn't he meeting us? Fang Huangjun said, follow me. Heavenly Emperor Fang is talking to the heavenly ancestor. Murongqi nodded. The people of the hidden sect continued forward. Their appearance caused an undercurrent to stir in the 13th heaven. Ever since Su Qi used the Tao destruction mystical power, not to mention immortal emperors, there were not many deity realm existences left. Even the immortal emperors of the three schools of the Tao sect were very few. The heavenly race had the most immortal emperors as it was not affected by the Tao destruction mystical power. One of the palaces was the Jie school's temporary residence. In the hall, Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian were discussing the territory they wanted to fight for. And, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Although the immortal world was big, as an orthodox sect of the Tao sect, the territory that the Jie school obtained could not be smaller than other factions. This was a matter of face. In the long run, it would subtly affect the Jie school's status in the hearts of all living beings. A disciple suddenly rushed in. Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, the 13th heaven welcomed a mysterious force. They actually have 200 immortal emperors. The disciple knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. 200 immortal emperors. Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian were surprised. Jing Tiangong asked, what faction? The disciple said, it seems to be called the Hidden Sect. Hidden Sect. Huang Zuantian's eyelids twitched. Jing Tiangong narrowed his eyes and said, "The hidden sect. Why haven't I heard of it? Wait, it seems that Heavenly Emperor Fong is from the hidden sect. Is the hidden sect a mortal force?" The disciple said, "The leader of the hidden sect is the former prodigy of the Divine Palace, Profound Truth Divine Emperor. Alongside him is the number one prodigy of the Divine Palace, Tao Sovereign, and the number one prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, Jiang Yi." This time, Jing Tiangong couldn't remain calm. He had to pay attention to such a powerful force. Every time the calamity ended, a huge force would appear. Just like in the previous Divine Palace, Zhu Tu had absorbed the losers of the various factions and gathered the momentum of the Divine Palace, splitting it into 4 parts of the Heavenly Tao. "Looks like I have to go personally," Jing Tiangong muttered. Such a scene occurred in the palaces where the various factions lived. After the calamity ended, they could still produce 200 immortal emperors. Such a force was definitely terrifying. He had to try his best to rope them in. At the very least, he had to form goodwill and prevent them from becoming enemies in the future. 100 Peak Immortal River. Han Ju calculated the time. The Heavenly Race Banquet should have already begun. He took out the Heavenly Tao token and communicated with Fong Liang, hoping that he could take care of the hidden sect. Fong Liang promised that nothing would happen to the hidden sect. He said that he had already discussed with Ji Xianxian and would definitely not mistreat the hidden sect. Han Ju trusted the two of them. In the previous calamity, the two of them had never harmed a hidden sect disciple. On this day, Han Ju walked out of the Daoist temple and found Zhou Mingyue. Chu Shiren, Zhou Mingyue, Lu Huaxiu, and Han Zuetian were meditating beside a small river. Chu Shiren was promoting the Buddhist Dharma. Zhou Mingyue was very impatient, but he could only endure. Seeing Han Ju appear, Zhou Mingyue was the first to stand up. He said in surprise, "Grand Master." The other 3 stood up and bowed. Han Ju still wore the sun and moon yin-yang protection. The divine light shone, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Han Zuetian was very nervous. Every time he faced Han Ju, he would feel inexplicably afraid. However, he usually worshipped Han Ju the most. This feeling was extremely contradictory. Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnated Purple Star Emperor, was secretly looking forward to it. Could it be that Han Ju was going to give them special treatment? Chu Shiren was the first to ask, "Grand Master, what is it?" His eyes burned. After Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Zhou Fan, Jiang Yi, and Li Yao, he felt that his talent was not inferior to anyone. He even wanted to catch up. Han Ju said, "I've been sitting for too long and want to come out for a walk. Come with me." The 4 of them hurriedly nodded in agreement. The 5 of them began to wander in the forest. Han Ju began to talk about the past. He told them about his childhood in the outer sect of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, except the part about the system. He talked about the trivial matters of planting flowers and grass. Chu Shiren and the others listened very seriously. Han Ju wasn't a talkative person. There must be a deeper meaning to his words. As he spoke, Han Ju also fell into his memories. Mortals had become immortals, the world had even entered a new era. Nothing could surpass this sense of vicissitude. After Han Ju finished speaking, he stopped talking and immersed himself in the past as he walked. The 5 of them pondered. What did this story mean? If they couldn't even comprehend this story, how could they have the face to ask Han Ju to give them special treatment? At the end, when Han Ju parted with them, he didn't say anything deeper. The 5 of them started to speak in private, 10 years later. Han Ju thought that the banquet had ended and couldn't help but check his emails. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by a pseudosage. His body was destroyed. Fortunately, the Supreme Treasure protected him. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious pseudo-sage. Han Ju frowned. What happened? Jiang Dugu attacked the heavenly race's banquet. Didn't Jiang Dugu already join the heavenly race? Han Ju immediately asked, why did Jiang Dugu attack the heavenly race's banquet? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju's consciousness fell into the illusion. He came to a palace. From the vastness of the space, it was probably a sage Dao field. Jiang Dugu knelt in front of a figure. The figure of light said, the heavenly ancestor of the heavenly race is too arrogant. He thinks that by obtaining the protection of the heavenly Dao, he can do whatever he wants. The human school should also rise. From today onwards, you are the sect master of the human school. You will vigorously develop the human school and spread your Dao techniques. Before the next calamity, the human school needs to become one of the top factions in the world. At this banquet, go teach Ji Xianxian a lesson. Jiang Dugu frowned and asked, is the human school going to enter the next calamity? The last calamity had just ended. Even now, he was terrified when he recalled it. He didn't want to enter the calamity again. The figure replied, if you do well, you can become a sage before the calamity. Nuwa has died and her position is already controlled by the human school. It all depends on your performance. Chapter 476 Territory of the Three Regions, Panic of the Sages. Chapter 476 Territory of the Three Regions, Panic of the Sages. Sage Position. Jiang Dugu's eyes lit up. At his cultivation level, he no longer pursued power or worldly possessions. He only pursued the position of sage. Han Ju had a strange expression. It sounded like Li Mui. Han Ju had transformed into a sage several times before and remembered the voices of some sages. Li Mui was indeed a scammer. The sage position was clearly in Yua's hands, but he even deceived his own people. Jiang Dugu took a deep breath and said, all right. I understand. The light dissipated. The illusion shattered, and Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. Among the people from the hidden sect, only Dao Sovereign was injured. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce and knew that not a single Nether race member had died. He began to hesitate. Should he take revenge on Jiang Dugu? No. He had to take revenge. Although we are good friends, you can't hurt my disciples. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Jiang Dugu. After cursing him for 5 days, Han Ju started cursing Li Mui. It was all because of this old fox. Han Ju didn't curse too hard. He warned everyone for 5 days. All sorts of people attended the heavenly race's banquet. Han Ju wasn't afraid of being exposed. After about 36 years, Murong Qi and the others finally returned. Dao Sovereign's injuries had also recovered. The three of them met Han Ju. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Murong Qi was the first to describe the regions that the hidden sect had obtained. There were a total of 3 regions, and the 100-peak Immortal River was in one. The region in the immortal world was much larger than the reroll world. The hidden sect didn't obtain the most territory. It was inferior to the 3 schools of the Dao sect, the Buddhist sect, and the heavenly court, but it was not small either. Han Ju said, that's right, but this division is useless. In the end, it's still survival of the fittest. Everyone will fight for supremacy. Murong Qi nodded. That's true, but at least we have our own territory. By the way, someone attacked us during this banquet. Fortunately, the mighty figure behind the heavenly race took action. Dao's sovereign cursed. Damn it, he ran away quickly. Jiang Yi teased. You insisted on going up to show off, but in the end, you made him show off his power. How embarrassing. Dao's sovereign glared at him angrily. Han Ju asked, Li Daokong didn't go. Murongqi shook his head and said, no. I heard that Li Daokong has disappeared for some time. The human school seems to be preparing to choose a new first and second disciple. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, he was very curious about the human school. At first, he thought that there were only 2 disciples in the human school. Later, he learned that there was a disciple like Jiang Dugu. Could it be that just like the hidden sect, only a few people were considered orthodox disciples? You can leave. Cultivate well, Han Ju said with his eyes closed. The 3 of them immediately bowed and left. As for the 3 regions, Han Ju didn't want to care about them for the time being. Before attaining the Tao, he wouldn't leave the Tao field. After Murongqi and the others returned, the other disciples gathered and asked about the banquet. The heavenly race banquet was equivalent to the peak gathering of the current immortal world. In the future, it would also be a miniature version of the immortal world and even the myriad worlds. In a hall outside the 33rd heaven, Li Mui, Sect Master Tianju, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, and Sage Jinan gathered and sat opposite each other. Really? Sect Master Tianju frowned and asked. Li Mui said calmly, that's right. Although it didn't hurt me, it was indeed a curse. I can't tell who it is. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. It seems that South Extreme Heavenly Venerate is right. There's someone suspicious among the sages. The calamity had finally ended, but someone was already targeting other sages. Their intentions were punishable. The great Tao calamity hung above the sages like a sharp blade. What was the Dark Forbidden Lord trying to do? Get rid of all the sages and dominate the heavenly Tao, just like the Tao ancestor of the past. Why could the Tao ancestor keep becoming stronger? Wasn't it because no one was competing with him? Ever since the Tao ancestor became a sage, no one could chase after him. After a long period of time, a second heavenly Tao sage appeared. Furthermore, in the following period of time, 5 sages appeared one after another, causing the 6 sages to compete and be unable to cultivate in peace. The sages had always felt that there was a conspiracy. Sage Jinan asked, if we can't even deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord, wouldn't he be stronger than us? Who is the strongest sage of the current era? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate narrowed his eyes. Sage Fated Secrets. Sect Master Tianju said, we can't give up on suspecting him. After all, the first person the Dark Forbidden Lord cursed was him. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely start from the weakest. Li Mui said, although I'm not a heavenly Tao sage, my cultivation level is actually about the same as Sage Fated Secrets. I only created another heavenly Tao. Recently, the Kiliacosm world has been in chaos. A mysterious existence is mobilizing the inauspicious evil of the Dark Forbidden Zone. The other 3 sages fell silent. It was as if a huge hand was manipulating everything. Even sages were confused. Sage Jinan suddenly said, could the disappearance of the Tao ancestor be a trap? How can an existence like him be devoured by the heavenly Tao? Sect Master Tianju glanced at him and said, be careful with your words. Li Mui said, let's find the Dark Forbidden Lord first. I feel that he's fighting for the position left behind by Empress Nuwa. It's very likely that he has already grasped the primordial purple chi. The sage's expressions turned ugly. Spring passed and autumn came. The 100-peak immortal river became more and more lively. Ever since the heavenly race banquet ended, more and more connate lifeforms appeared, as if a new era was about to arrive. The 100-peak immortal river was a mini version of that. In the next 1,000 years, there were more than 100 new Khanate lifeforms in the 100-peak Immortal River. After 1,000 years, Han Ju's cultivation improved greatly again. He was getting closer and closer to the mid-stage of the pseudosage realm. Han Ju was arrogant now. He felt that he could attain the Tao in 10,000 years. Perhaps before the next calamity, he would surpass the heavenly Tao sage level. At that time, if the sages plot against him, he would directly appear and scare them into jumping up from their seats. At that time, Han Ju would say indifferently, "Sit down." He felt great when he thought of this scene. A boring cultivation life required imagination and a firm goal. He might not do that when Han Ju really cultivated to that point. However, one thing was certain. Whoever dared to scheme against him would die as long as he was stronger than them. Although Han Ju was cautious, he was decisive and never showed mercy to his enemies. On this day, after Han Zuetian, the second Khanate lifeform had transformed. Han Zuetian brought him around all day, visiting this and that as if he was showing off. The Black Hell Chicken disliked him and often found trouble with him. This was only the reflection of the bottom level of the hidden sect. Several months later, Tao Sovereign found Han Ju. "Master, I want to become a Zenith Heaven cultivator." Tao Sovereign smiled confidently. As the first existence among the hidden sect disciples to reach the Zenith Heaven realm, he had the right to be confident. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. This day had finally come. "If you want to, you can do it. Why do I feel like something is missing? Oh. The chaotic physique is not enough. Cough cough, the physique is a cultivation aspect. The Zenith Heaven realm requires comprehension of the soul." Chapter 477 Huda's Thoughts, Han Ju's Breakthrough. Chapter 477 Huda's Thoughts, Han Ju's Breakthrough. Han Ju could only use the Tao preaching to satisfy Tao Sovereign's needs. He emphasized on how to break through to the Zenith Heaven realm. After all, he was experienced and had ample experience. This lecture lasted for 10 years. Tao Sovereign left with new comprehension. Han Ju looked forward to his breakthrough. However, Tao Sovereign was too reckless. He had suffered a setback not long ago and still needed some tempering. Jiang Yi was the same. Although Zhao Xianyuan was cautious, he felt that he couldn't shoulder the burden. Li Yao was a cultivation maniac and would never leave the Tao field. Murong Qi was better. Unfortunately, he was not talented enough. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. 200 years later, Tao Sovereign had successfully reached the Zenith Heaven realm. Although there was no heavenly tribulation, everyone could sense his powerful aura. Zenith Heaven realm. A Zenith Heaven finally appeared among the hidden sect disciples. 5 years later, Tao Sovereign completely stabilized his cultivation. Han Ju walked out of the cave abode and gathered all the disciples to let Murong Qi hold a banquet. This was the first time the hidden sect had held a banquet in the 10,000 years it had been established. What they ate was not meat, but all sorts of spirit fruits and wine. At the banquet, Han Ju mentioned the Zenith Heaven realm and the development of the hidden sect. The hidden sect is a hidden sect. I hope that we can maintain our original intentions and prioritize cultivation. Perhaps in the current immortal world, we are the number one in terms of immortal emperors. However, there are too few deity realm, Zenith Heaven, and even the higher pseudosage. It's difficult for us to compete with the other major factions. I hope that before you reach the deity realm, you won't go out easily. Without reaching the Zenith Heaven realm, you shouldn't provoke powerful enemies. When the Tao Ancestor appeared, he was already invincible. We walk the path of the Tao Ancestor, and we have always cultivated diligently. When he was born, there were no longer any powerful enemies. Han Ju shook his wine cup and said casually. Everyone couldn't help but look at Tao Sovereign, who couldn't help but feel ashamed. The matter of him challenging Jiang Dugu had already spread through the hidden sect through Jiang Yi's mouth. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Although he was ashamed, Tao's sovereign becoming a zenith heaven was indeed admirable. After Han Ju finished speaking, he became the banquet's protagonist. Everyone asked him how it felt to become a zenith heaven cultivator. The banquet lasted for a few days. Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and continued cultivating. Bored, he asked in his mind, how long until the next calamity? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 10 billion years was nothing to Han Ju. If the heavenly Tao doesn't change, it will take 9 billion years to welcome the next calamity. 9 billion years. So long. At that time, I will definitely be invincible under the heavenly Tao. Han Ju couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, he didn't believe it blindly. After all, there was a prerequisite. If he angered a sage, it would definitely change the course of the heavenly Tao. No matter what, 100 million years should be possible. He was still confident that he could become a sage in 100 million years. The immortal world was timeless, especially in cultivation. Year after year passed. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju was finally close to the mid-stage of the pseudosage realm. It had been 4,000 years since his last breakthrough. It was really difficult to cultivate to the pseudosage realm. Han Ju predicted that he would break through in at most 100 years. There were more and more connate lifeforms in the 100-peak immortal river. There were already more than 1,000 of them. Han Zuetian had already established a good relationship with each connate lifeform. It wouldn't be difficult for him to subdue them in the future. The Nether race members were usually very quiet. They had already developed bitter cultivation and gentle temperament. Han Ju began to worry. 10,000 immortal emperors would be the backbone of the hidden sect. However, he was still wary of the Nether race. He was worried that Empress Hudu would suddenly take them back. Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. Should he use absolute purification on every Nether race member? Han Ju called the clan leader Han Yu over and purified him first, consuming 100 million years of his lifespan. Not much. An immortal emperor was only worth 100 million years. After the purification was successful, Han Yu gathered the Nether race members in a valley. Han Ju appeared and preached the Tao to them while purifying them. This process lasted for nearly 100 years. Han Ju finally purified the entire Nether race. The Nether race members didn't know that they would be purified and were all very touched. Han Ju actually preached to them for 100 years alone. How could they not remember this favor? Han Ju was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he rope in people, but he also made himself feel at ease. He had only spent 1 trillion years, which was not even enough to curse a sage into developing a mental demon. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju started cultivating. Empress Hudu sent you a dream. Do you accept? So timely. It seemed that Empress Hudu could really sense the Nether race. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and chose to accept it. After entering the dream, he came to the side of the yellow spring. Empress Hudu stood not far away and stared at him quietly. Han Ju bowed and asked, Empress Hudu, are you looking for me? Empress Hudu asked, how's the situation of the Nether race? Han Ju replied, not bad. They're cultivating in seclusion with me. Don't worry, I treat them like my own. I won't mistreat them. He played dumb. Empress Hudu was definitely asking about absolute purification. Empress Hudu smiled and said, then, I'm relieved. I can sense that they have already broken through to the Emperor realm. How did you nurture them? That's quite impressive. Han Ju sighed and said, I gave them all my natural treasures. Empress Hudu was silent. Han Ju probed, Empress wants to take them back. Empress Huda shook her head and said, "How can that be? I've already entrusted them to you. How can I take them back after they mature? As long as you know that." Empress Huda said, "Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, died in the Tao destruction mystical power. However, his soul was protected by a sage. His soul has already come to me. When the order of reincarnation is restored, I will let him reincarnate." Han Ju thanked her. "Thank you, Empress." Empress Hudu asked, "What's your cultivation level now?" Han Ju hesitated for a moment and said, "Early stage Zenith Heaven." Empress Huda praised, "Your potential is truly impressive." The two of them chatted for a while more. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He asked in his mind, "Does Empress Huda want to take back the Nether race? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. Indeed." Han Ju sighed. It was all about benefits. However, Han Ju wouldn't release the Nether race. He had worked with Empress Hudu before. He had sacrificed so much, so how could he easily hand over the Nether race? Back then, Empress Hudu couldn't protect the Magus race, so she handed Tu Linger, Diamond Rage, and the Nether race to Han Ju. Her request was only that Han Ju could protect them. He had already done well. When he nurtured the Nether race to the Zenith Heaven realm, Empress Hudu wouldn't be able to take them in even if she wanted to. The Nether race wasn't stupid. The kindness of nurturing and teaching was greater than the kindness of creation. Han Ju abandoned his distracting thoughts and started cultivating to break through to the mid-stage of the pseudosage realm. 50 years later, Han Ju had a chance to break through. He was about to break through. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This lunatic was spamming again. Han Ju almost exploded in anger. Why did he choose this time? Chapter 478 Midstage Pseudosage, Endless Cursing. Chapter 478 Midstage Pseudosage, Endless Cursing. Han Ju took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Fortunately, he had yet to start the breakthrough. He had to be wary of such situations in the future. Han Ju chose to accept and quickly entered the dream. In the dazzling hall, Han Ju saw Qiu Shilai. He was still high and mighty. Han Ju was furious when he saw him. "I want to see what you are really up to." Qiu Shilai said in a low voice, "Prepare to fight for the position of sage." Han Ju said, "Oh." Qiu Shilai asked, "You have 200 immortal emperors under you? Those people seem to be the Nether race created by Empress Hudu." "That's right," Han Ju replied. He wasn't afraid of being found out anymore. Qiu Shilai said, "You can't trust Empress Hudu completely. After all, she carries the blood feud of the Magus race. Don't be dragged down by her." "Thank you for your reminder, sage. Yes, the Buddhist sect will appear soon. When the time comes, let Chu Shuren be the Buddha." "All right. As for fighting for the position of sage, it's up to you. I've already prepared the primordial purple chi needed for the position. It's up to you to work hard." "I understand. Thank you for your kind intentions, sage." The dream shattered. Han Ju returned to reality and immediately started to break through. To him, this guy's words were simply bullshit. He had to break through first. 20 years later, Han Ju successfully broke through. A vast aura spread out from his Taoist temple, causing the hidden sect disciples to look over. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Did Han Ju break through or comprehend a mystical power? Even Tao's sovereign who was at the Zenith Heaven realm felt suffocated. The difference in talent was too great. Han Ju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 13,987/3 sextillion 290 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999, race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation. Mid-stage of the pseudo-primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. His lifespan had almost tripled again. Awesome! Han Ju's current lifespan was almost near infinite. Even the immortal world might not have such a long lifespan. Not bad. He had to deal with sage-fated secrets later. Han Ju closed his eyes silently and continued to consolidate his cultivation. After another 30 years, his cultivation completely stabilized. After that, he spent a few months raising his sword Dao mystical powers before continuing to cultivate the fiend celestial Dharma idols. 20 years later, Han Ju condensed 9 fiend celestial Dharma idols. They were Thunderbolt Fiend Celestial, Malevolent Fiend Celestial, Abyss Fiend Celestial, Blood Fiend Celestial, Extreme Ice Fiend Celestial, Light Fiend Celestial, Cloud Fog Fiend Celestial, Extreme Secret Fiend Celestial, and Resentment Fiend Celestial. At this point, Han Ju had grasped a total of 22 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. When the 22 Fiend Celestials attacked together, even a sage would need 10 breaths of time to kill him. Han Ju could insta-kill anyone under the sage realm, no matter who it was. When his cultivation level increased by 1 level, Han Ju's strength also increased by a lot. Han Ju didn't condense a new fiend celestial chi in the world of stars. Instead, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing sage-fated secrets. His lifespan had been refreshed and had tripled. He had to curse him to liven things up. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. He stared at his attributes panel and checked his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Long Hao has condensed his body again. Your grand disciple Fong Liang has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Li Dao Kong has broken through the heavenly Dao shackles and stepped into the pseudo-sage realm. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun has comprehended the heavenly race's Dao technique. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian broke through the seal and was attacked by the ancient master of calamity. He was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong and was severely injured. Li Dao Kong had actually become a pseudo-sage. It was unexpected but totally reasonable. After all, Li Dao Kong was the eldest disciple of the human school. He had already experienced the calamity. How could his cultivation not increase? Li Mui had probably given him a lot of special treatment. Poor Jiang Dugu couldn't defeat Li Dao Kong now. Han Ju was very curious. Who was this ancient master of calamity? He would ask in the future. He couldn't derive it just because of his curiosity. It had to involve himself. Otherwise, there were too many unknowns in the entire immortal world. If Han Ju really asked them one by one, no amount of lifespan would be enough. Han Ju's lifespan continued to decrease. 1 billion years. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. 1 trillion years. 2 trillion years. Outside the 33rd heaven. In the hall, Sage-Fated Secrets raised his hand and circulated his energy to resist the strange curse. Damn Dark Forbidden Lord, the curse power has strengthened again. He still dares to pretend. He's definitely a sage. Sage-Fated Secrets cursed silently. This curse had already surpassed the power of a pseudo-sage. However, he did not panic. He could still resist. As time passed, Sage-Fated Secrets frowned even more. The mental demon he had suppressed previously jumped out again. You're the strongest sage. Why must you look at the other sages? You don't rely on the Tao ancestors' Tao teachings or the Providence sect. You relied on your own cultivation to become a sage. You're the destined one. Activate the Tao destruction mystical power and destroy the teachings of all the sages. Sage Fated Secrets ignored the mental demons and used his supreme dermic powers to protect his Tao heart. Another period of time passed. His dermic powers began to waver. The curse power of the Dark Forbidden Lord had already reached a terrifying level. Who is it? Sage Fated Secrets gritted his teeth. He thought of a sage with such a curse. A sage who was not a heavenly Tao sage. Li Muyi of the human school. It was very likely. Li Muyi wasn't weaker than him. He wasn't a heavenly Tao sage. If Li Muyi cursed him, he would indeed find it difficult to predict. Furthermore, as the sect master of the human school, Li Muyi also controlled the other two branches of the Tao sect. Killing the other sages was indeed beneficial to the Tao sect. Sage Fated Secrets was enlightened and his eyes turned cold. When Han Ju's lifespan decreased by 18 trillion years, he finally saw the emails about Sage Fated Secrets. He immediately stopped cursing. Because of your curse, the Tao heart of your enemy, Sage Fated Secrets, has cracked. His mental demons are rising. Enough. It was worth it. It was almost impossible to curse a sage to death at once. Han Ju wanted to grind him to death. After resting for a few days, Han Ju continued cursing. This time, he cursed Qiu Shilai. Although Qiu Shilai had helped him in the previous calamity, this fellow wanted to trick him and even used the sage position to tempt him. Han Ju cursed him as a warning. He didn't want this fellow to disturb him when he had nothing to do. After cursing for 5 days, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune. He stood up and stretched. This was a secret technique he had learned in his previous life. The art of body stretching. He was just reminiscing. Han Ju was a pseudo-sage and didn't need to stretch his muscles. As he moved, he used his divine sense to observe the situation in the Tao field. Recently, several connate lifeforms had transformed. Like the previous connate lifeforms, they started following Han Zuetian. From time to time, they would patrol the 100-peak Immortal River for some reason. Chapter 479 Fight for the Sage Position, Longhao's Regret. Chapter 479 Fight for the Sage Position, Longhao's Regret. After stretching, Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple and sent a voice transmission to everyone, preparing to preach the Tao. Hearing that he was going to preach the Tao, everyone flocked to a mountain. Between the two mountains was a vast grassland that had already become the place where the hidden sect preached the Tao. Everyone was looking forward to Han Ju's lecture. Every time the lecture ended, they would gain something. This time, Han Ju decided to embark on the great Tao of extreme origin. He wanted to pull the nether race to his side as soon as possible so that Empress Hudu would not keep thinking about them. When all the nether race members cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin, they would have to follow Han Ju in the future. The connate lifeforms of the 100-peak Immortal River also secretly listened. Han Ju turned a blind eye to this. He was really not afraid of others learning it. As long as one cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin, they would have to take him as their master eventually. This was also the reason why the sages often preached to all living beings. Because there were many sages, they couldn't directly preach to all living beings. They would only invite the mighty figures of the world to the 33rd heaven from time to time. Time passed. Days passed. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple, and the strange deity followed. Looking at the strange deity's rare appearance, Han Ju sighed and smiled. Time really passed quickly. The strange deity came to his back and began to rub against him. Han Ju realized that he was really old. He would always sigh about the past and reminisce about the old days. He was indeed old. After all, he was more than 10,000 years old. 10,000 years was enough for the world to change completely. Although he was emotional, he still had to cultivate. Han Ju began to condense the Fiend Celestial Chi in the world of stars and condensed a new Fiend Celestial Dharma idol. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Not to mention nurturing 3,000 Fiend Celestials, he had yet to even reach 1% of the 3,000 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. This was also good. In the long and boring cultivation years, there had to be quantifiers of progress. Only by having a close target could he pull himself towards a distant target. 13th Heaven, Heavenly Race. In a golden palace, Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang stood facing each other. Ji Xianxian walked back and forth. He placed his hands behind his waist and frowned. Fang Liang said impatiently, "How much longer are you going to walk? You're the heavenly ancestor now." Ji Xianxian stopped and said unhappily, "How can I not be anxious? The sages said that they want to choose a new sage. If this sage doesn't come from the heavenly race, a large force that can compete with the heavenly race will definitely emerge in the future." Upon mentioning this, Ji Xianxian stomped his feet. The heavenly race was a mixed breed. His trusted aides were not strong enough to fight for the position. Ji Xianxian hated himself for being born too late. If he had been born tens of thousands of years earlier, he might have been able to fight for the sage position himself. Fang Liang said, "Actually, there's no need to worry. The sages didn't say when the sage position will be given out. The last calamity has just ended. Even if a pseudo-sage wants to become a sage, it will take countless years." Ji Xianxian's expression softened. He felt that it made sense. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can't your grandmaster defeat Li Daokong? Why don't we let him fight for the position?" Fang Liang said awkwardly, "That's not good. He doesn't want to be disturbed. Are you stupid? If he becomes a sage, who will dare to disturb him in the future? His cultivation goal is to become a sage in the end. If we give him this opportunity, he will only be happier," Ji Xianxian said angrily. He felt that ever since Fang Liang had failed the calamity, his brain had not been good. He used to be a smart kid. It was all those high and mighty sages' fault. Fang Liang sighed. "All right, I'll ask." Another 20 years passed since the lecture ended. On this day, Han Ju sensed the divine sense fluctuation from the heavenly Tao token. He took it out. "Hello. Grandmaster. I have an opportunity for you. Get lost." "Huh? You also want to trick your grandmaster?" "No, this opportunity is extraordinary. It's about becoming a sage. You have the primordial purple chi. I don't. Do you need primordial purple chi to attain the Tao?" "Of course. Didn't the sage behind you mention this? Now, every sage claims to have the primordial purple chi. As for finding people to fight for the sage position, this is all a conspiracy. Don't believe it so easily." "Understood." After severing his divine sense, Fang Liang immediately went to find Ji Xianxian. Han Ju put away the heavenly Tao token and couldn't help but sigh. Sages are best at fooling people. Did these sages not even blink when lying? The primordial purple chi was in Empress Niua's hands. The sages didn't have the confidence and insisted on declaring that they had a sage position. They were probably worried that the prodigies would be snatched away by other sages. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued cultivating on the other side. Fang Liang found Ji Xianxian and told him what Han Ju said. Ji Xianxian's expression changed. He sent a voice transmission to Fang Liang, "It seems that the sages don't have good intentions and want us to fight among ourselves." Fang Liang replied, "That's right. If not for Grandmaster's reminder, we would probably be led by the nose." However, this is also a good thing. If we don't say it, the others will fight for the sage position for nothing. We can secretly strengthen our forces. That makes sense. Help me thank your Grandmaster. It's fine. But then again, doesn't your Grandmaster mean that he has a sage behind him or that a sage is contacting him? Isn't that normal? True. Ji Xianqian fell into deep thought. It was unknown what he was thinking. In the depths of the sea, in a palace hidden in the darkness, Long Hao was meditating and cultivating. A soul body surrounded him. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian seemed to be thinking about something with a solemn expression. Long Hao opened his eyes and asked, "Have you thought of a way?" Hao Tian said, "That's so fast. I feel that the matter of the sage position is too fishy. If the sages have the primordial purple qi, they will definitely hide it well. How can they directly publicize it?" Long Hao asked, "Is it a trap?" Hao Tian didn't say anything else and continued wandering around. Long Hao sighed and said faintly, "If I knew earlier, I shouldn't have left the hidden sect. If I didn't leave the hidden sect, I would still be cultivating in seclusion without any worries. If I was still in seclusion, I might already be attempting to break through to the Zenith Heaven realm. When I break through to the Zenith Heaven realm and continue cultivating with Master, I might be able to use my strength to attain the Tao. I don't need any primordial purple qi," he began to chatter, making Hao Tian annoyed. Ever since the calamity ended, Long Hao had always been talking nonsense. He knew that he would regret it. Hao Tian had no room for regret. He was just very helpless. He had missed too many opportunities in the past, causing him to be suppressed by many sages and unable to make a comeback. Some sages were even his juniors. The pain in his heart was greater than anyone else. "Why don't we go back? I'll introduce you to Master. As long as you show your loyalty, he'll definitely take you in," Long Hao suddenly said. Hao Tian frowned. "Join him?" Long Hao said, "Look at our hidden sect. Someone else has become the Heavenly Emperor. Have you forgotten about the Heavenly Race banquet not long ago? The hidden sect already has 200 immortal emperors. What does this mean? My master is accumulating strength. According to what I found out, Dao Sovereign and Jiang Yi have both joined the hidden sect. You should know their potential." Chapter 480 Suppressing Zhou Fan, Hao Tian's Surprise. Chapter 480 Suppressing Zhou Fan, Hao Tian's Surprise. Looks like your master is indeed ambitious. He's also very capable and can deal with the sages. Hao Tian sighed. He had always paid special attention to Hanju. In the previous calamity, almost all the forces had people related to him. Most importantly, Hanju could protect these people. Even the sinful Su Qi was protected by the sages. Perhaps joining Hanju was really a bright path. However, Hao Tian didn't know which sage was supporting him. Long Hao smiled and said, "Entering my hidden sect might not allow you to show off, but at least you can cultivate in peace. You can also recover your cultivation in peace. When you reach the peak, won't it be a good thing?" Hao Tian pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. The immortal world became more and more lively. The number of ferocious beasts increased, as did the connate lifeforms. The greatest difference between connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts was that the former had intelligence. Most connate lifeforms could not transform. Those who couldn't move were often ravaged by ferocious beasts. Those who could run discovered that devouring ferocious beasts could make them stronger. Just like that, the conflict between connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts began to brew. Time flew. Another 1,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation had improved greatly again. Although his speed of improvement was not as fast as before, he felt that it was not bad. He had to feel the results before he could move forward with enthusiasm. In the past 1,000 years, the disciples of the hidden sect had also improved. Diamond Rage and the Black Hell Demon Lord stepped into the deity realm one after another and were taught the great Tao of extreme origin by Han Ju. More and more people cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Ju was very satisfied. Just with Tao Sovereign and the others cultivating the great Tao of extreme origin, it already made Han Ju feel that it was becoming stronger. Although he also needed to comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin, as it was created by him, he could clearly sense that it was becoming stronger. On this day, Zhou Fan found him. "No," Han Ju said expressionlessly. "If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks." Zhou Fan actually wanted to go out. "Impossible." Zhou Fan frowned. "If we don't take action, the 3 regions belonging to the hidden sect will definitely be occupied." Han Ju said, "So be it. Cultivate to the pseudo-sage realm first. Before that, don't even think about leaving." Zhou Fan was the Dharma idol of 7 Tao Sage. He wouldn't die if he went out, but he would definitely cause trouble. Han Ju wanted to suppress Zhou Fan here and let him cultivate the great Tao of extreme origin. As time passed, the 7 Tao Sage could forget about controlling him. If Zhou Fan was strong enough, even 7 Tao Sage would no longer dare to target him. If Han Ju died, all the cultivators of the great Tao of extreme origin would suffer, including Zhou Fan. Pseudo-sage? How long will that take? Zhou Fan's expression changed. Although he already had the chaotic physique, if he wanted to cultivate to the pseudo-sage realm. He stared at Han Ju and asked, "You're already a pseudo-sage?" "What?" "I asked you. Is this how you talk to your master? It seems like you've been a little arrogant recently. Let's go, we'll enter the simulation trial." Han Ju didn't care if Zhou Fan agreed or not and forcefully pulled him into the simulation trial. Several days later, Zhou Fan walked out of the Taoist temple with a stunned expression. His hands in his sleeves trembled slightly. The black hell chicken appeared around him. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but it asked with a smile, "Brat, what's wrong?" Zhou Fan did not answer. Like a walking corpse, he walked numbly towards his residence. News quickly spread. The other disciples who wanted to go out also didn't dare to look for Han Ju. They guessed that there might be a drastic change in the world next, so Han Ju didn't let them out. For a time, a tense cultivation wind stirred in the hidden sect. 10 years later. After cursing sage-fated secrets, Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple and started to wander around the 100-peak immortal river. The strange deity followed behind him. Until today, other than Han Ju, no one else could see it. Most of the hidden sect disciples were cultivating, but one was not. That was Han Zuetian. Han Zuetian gathered all the transformed connate lifeforms in a valley. Han Ju came to the peak and quietly watched. What? Han Ju had a strange expression. This fellow was training soldiers. Han Zuetian stood at the front. The connate lifeforms imitated him by punching and raising their legs. Interesting. Han Ju left after watching for a while. He didn't expect much from Han Zuetian. Han Ju went to the Nether race's territory next. All the Nether race members were cultivating and the territory was peaceful. He was very satisfied with their attitude. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly felt a familiar aura that he hadn't felt in a long time. Long Hao. Why was this kid here? Han Ju almost forgot about him. Long Hao stopped outside the 100-peak immortal river and was hiding somewhere to cultivate. Han Ju checked the nearby powerful enemies. The strongest outside the 100-peak immortal river was Long Hao, who had one mystic divine origin cultivation. After thinking for a moment, Han Ju activated all the Dharma treasures in his body. The sun and moon yin-yang protection burst out with divine light and enveloped him. In the depths of the cave, Long Hao suddenly felt a strong light. He opened his eyes and looked over. He could only see Han Ju's figure and couldn't see his true appearance. Long Hao immediately stood up in fear. Immediately after, his expression changed. He asked carefully, "Master?" Han Ju said, "You still consider me your master?" Long Hao hurriedly knelt down and said fearfully, "You're my master for all eternity. You even dare to deal with your own father. I really don't dare to accept you anymore. I'm afraid that you'll kill your master when you become stronger." Han Ju's tone was filled with mockery. Long Hao said awkwardly, "I was just fighting for power. I had no intention of killing my father. Under my father's lead, the heavenly court had already reached a bottleneck. He stuck to the will of the Tao ancestor and wanted to maintain the peace of the myriad worlds. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. How could the heavenly court develop under him? Even the true dragons looked down on him. In the past, the four factions, the heavenly court, the divine palace, the Buddhist sect, and the demon court acted and always wanted to maintain a balance. However, he was the heavenly emperor. How could the heavenly emperor be on the same level as others? I thought he was not worthy of being the heavenly emperor. He had already lost the domineering aura that a heavenly emperor should have. The more Long Hao spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, his eyes turned red. Clearly, he had been holding this back for a long time. Han Ju interrupted, "I don't want to care about this or hear about it. I just want to know why you came back." Long Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I want to return to the hidden sect. Hide here for a while before going out to cause more trouble." "What do you think the hidden sect is?" "No. I won't go out again without your instructions. Go to the 100-peak Immortal River Formation and kowtow. As you kowtow, say that you are wrong. Do that for 1,000 years. Ha!" Long Hao was shocked. Han Ju ignored him and disappeared. Long Hao's expression changed. Hao Tian appeared and sighed. "Pseudo-sage. Your master is at least a pseudo-sage. No wonder. It seems that your information is wrong. Your master can't be only 10,000 years old." Long Hao said in pain, "I've to kneel for 1,000 years and still have to admit my mistake. How embarrassing is that?" Hao Tian said angrily, "Didn't you want to come back yourself? You have to pay the price. If I were your master, it wouldn't be so simple." Chapter 481 Hao Tian submits, ancient race emerges. Chapter 481 Hao Tian submits, ancient race emerges. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong." Near the 100-peak Immortal River, Long Hao knelt on the mountaintop and kept kowtowing one by one. The disciples of the hidden sect rushed over. Because they were separated by the array formation, they could only look at Long Hao from afar. Tu Linger was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Long Hao to still be alive. After all, she had watched him grow up and had always treated him as a junior. The other disciples were also very happy. After all, they were old friends. Zhou Fan curled his lips. "I didn't expect the high-spirited Dragon Emperor to kowtow and apologize." Clearly, he had met Long Hao in the calamity. The Black Hell Chicken smiled. "He's your senior brother." Zhou Fan was silent. Zhao Xianyuan sighed. "I didn't expect Long Hao to survive. In that case, the hidden sect is the greatest winner of the calamity." The others also discussed. Only Su Qi, Fan Liang, and Yang Tiandong had yet to return. At the mention of Yang Tiandong, the chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Yang Tiandong is still alive?" After all, it had gone through thick and thin with him. In the calamity, the cycle of reincarnation collapsed. Senior brother Yang has fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. He's probably doomed, Sun Chang'an frowned. Yang Tiandong was a great pity for the hidden sect. Most importantly, Ong Tiandong's death was a warning. He had taken the initiative to challenge others and was killed. Dao Comprehension Sword smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master definitely has a way. We can cultivate well and listen to him." Yang Tiandong and Long Hao didn't listen to Master and ended up like this. The others nodded. Although life in the hidden sect was boring, it was safe. Long Hao had to kowtow for 1,000 years, so even if they asked, they wouldn't receive a reply. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Year after year, the disciples stopped visiting him. They believed that after he finished kowtowing, Han Ju would naturally let him in. 1,000 years was a long time before the calamity, but after it, it was very fast. 1,000 years soon passed. Long Hao was already in a daze. He felt that his knees had taken root. When his vision blurred, he suddenly woke up and discovered that he was kneeling in a Taoist temple. The figure sitting in front of him was Han Ju. Under the light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, Han Ju looked so unfathomable. Long Hao was filled with reverence. He kowtowed while trembling and shouted, "Mas! Master!" He had never expected an apology to be so painful. This was even more terrifying than being in the endless purgatory. As he kowtowed and apologized, the past kept appearing in his mind. All sorts of emotions and experiences turned into one word, regret. Han Ju said, "Hao Tian, come out." He could feel a powerful soul hidden in Long Hao's body, but it seemed to be severely injured and was not a threat at all. Hearing this, a soul body rose above Long Hao's head. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian looked at Han Ju and smiled. The younger generation is truly impressive. He was secretly nervous. He couldn't see through Han Ju at all. It felt like he was facing a sage. Han Ju said, "You and Hao have already become one. I don't object. However, if you want to enter my hidden sect, you have to forget about the past. From now on, you will focus on pursuing eternal life. Without my permission, you are not allowed to go out." Hao Tian nodded. He was already mentally prepared before coming. Han Ju directly opened the authority to the simulation trial to them. He believed that after they tried for a period of time, they would return. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for them to leave. Soon, the other disciples rushed over. They surrounded Long Hao and asked him all at once. Looking at the current hidden sect, Long Hao felt both unfamiliar and relaxed. This was his true home. After understanding it, Long Hao and Hao Tian were shocked. The hidden sect actually had more than 200 immortal emperors. A total of 10,000 experts. This number. How terrifying. Even the heavenly court at its peak did not have so many immortal emperors. How did Han Ju do it? Come. Let's enter the simulation trial and play. You'll definitely be even more shocked, the Black Hell Chicken said with ill intentions. The others also revealed strange smiles. They had all experienced the simulation trial, so they looked forward to Long Hao's reaction. Indeed. In less than a day, Long Hao was immersed and could not extricate himself. It was as if he and Hao Tian had opened a brand new world. He didn't expect the hidden sect to hide so deeply. Han Ju had fought with so many experts. Hao Tian did not have to use Long Hao's body in the simulation trial, allowing him to enjoy the battle that he had not experienced for a long time. Not long after, Hao Tian discovered someone. Ancestor Shitian. Impossible. Han Ju had even fought with Ancestor Shitian. Hao Tian tried but was blown to death by Ancestor Shitian. How terrifying. Han Ju was definitely not a junior. He must be an ancient mighty figure who had always kept a low profile. For a time, Hao Tian's mentality began to change. Hao Tian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Ju looked at the favorability notification and didn't care. Now, he no longer cared about Hao Tian. If he decided to follow the hidden sect in the future, Han Ju would not mind. Having one more person cultivate the great Tao of extreme origin was also a good thing for him. He continued to cultivate. At this moment, a vast heavenly might descended. I'm ancient fiendish Yin. Today, I will use connate lifeforms to create the ancient race. I'm willing to lead the ancient race to civilization and prosperity. I will expel the ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao and return the heavenly Tao to prosperity. The voice resounded through the sky. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Who was this fellow? Why had he never heard of it before? He really knew how to gamble. He directly established his race with the first batch of connate lifeforms. How daring! They were probably cannon fodder. Han Ju couldn't even be bothered to derive ancient fiendish Yin's identity. The heavenly Tao race had already decided whether the ancient races would either live or die. Although Han Ju didn't care, the forces remaining in the immortal world were shocked. Under the Fusang tree, Long Hao opened his eyes, and Hao Tian appeared. He sighed. Ancient fiendish Yin, this person is an immeasurable emperor. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity several times. I didn't expect that he would dare to be the first. Looks like he's full of confidence. The black hell chicken asked curiously, is this person very strong? Hao Tian nodded. Absolutely. Pseudo-sage. The black hell chicken was speechless. A pseudo-sage was too far away from it. On the endless wasteland, a lone peak stood. A figure stood at the top of the mountain. Majestic, he wore green leather armor. His black hair was wild, and he held a huge spear in his hand. He was ancient fiendish Yin. He looked down at the densely packed connate lifeforms in the wasteland, his eyes filled with joy. A talent visible to the naked eye. This is my right to break through to the sage realm. Ancient fiendish Yin smiled. He had already formed a plan in his mind. First, he had to enlighten these connate lifeforms and help them transform. At this moment, a connate lifeform that looked like a huge turtle said, "What right do you have to be our leader?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of many connate lifeforms flickered. Some of the connate lifeforms present had already developed their own intelligence. Ancient fiendish Yin looked at the connate lifeforms who had ill intentions and frowned. Strange. How did their intelligence grow so quickly? Most importantly, they were ambitious. Chapter 482 Without reaching the pseudosage realm, you are not allowed to leave the mountain. Chapter 482 Without reaching the pseudosage realm, you are not allowed to leave the mountain. While ancient fiendish Yin was still in deep thought, the connate lifeforms below became more and more restless. The living beings who could speak in human language began to communicate and motivate each other. They were all leaders who did not submit to the ancient fiendish Yin. Seeing that the situation was unstable, ancient fiendish Yin snorted. This cold snort was like a hammer striking the hearts of all the connate lifeforms. Ancient fiendish Yin's figure suddenly distorted and quickly rose like a huge mountain. It rose higher and higher, quickly covering the sky. The connate lifeforms in the wasteland seemed tiny in front of ancient fiendish Yin. The huge turtle that had been shouting shut up and shivered. Ancient fiendish Yin looked up, and his gaze passed through the 33rd heaven. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from attaining the Tao. Ancient fiendish Yin muttered with a firm tone. Before the calamity arrived, sages could not enter the immortal world. He was an invincible existence among all living beings. 50 years later, Empress Hudu sent a dream to Han Ju. He entered the dream. It was still the yellow spring. Empress Hudu went straight to the point and revealed her intentions. The order of reincarnation had just been restored. Because of the Tao destruction mystical power, the netherworld was almost wiped out. Empress Hudu wanted to recruit ghost soldiers and ghost deities for the netherworld. She didn't trust the other factions and hoped that Han Ju would help. Han Ju was secretly vigilant. He pretended to be troubled. That's not good. Our hidden sect only wants to cultivate in a low-profile manner and not enter the calamity. The Nether race established it previously to not enter the calamity. After so many years, even if I let them out, they might not want to. Empress Huta said, try. I'm not asking them to enter the calamity. I'm only here to control the order of the Netherworld. Han Ju said, why don't you cooperate with the Heavenly Court, Empress? My grand disciple is the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Court is weak and needs allies. It's not impossible, Empress Hutu said in a low voice, making Han Ju heave a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with it. Afraid that Empress Hutu would go back on her word, Han Ju quickly changed the topic. What do you think of the ancient race, Empress? Ancient Fiendish Een has great ambitions, but whether he can succeed depends on how he leads the ancient race. The various factions will not sit and wait for death. War will break out in the immortal world soon. If there are wars, there will be ghosts. This is also the reason why I need your help. Hearing Empress Hutu's words, Han Ju was speechless. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Why did she come back to this again? Empress Hutu began to pour out her grievances, saying how important reincarnation was and how much she lacked manpower. Han Ju also complained about how tough life was. He said that it was not easy to cultivate diligently and that one had to endure loneliness. Once he came out of seclusion, he would be affected by his desire for power and would rebound. It was very difficult for him to return to his cultivation state. After a long time, the two of them finished chatting and the dream ended. In the Daoist temple, Han Ju took out the heavenly Dao token and started to contact Fong Liang. When Fong Liang heard that he wanted to cooperate with Empress Hutu, he immediately agreed. The heavenly court needed a reliable ally. The structure of the heavenly race was too complicated. Even Ji Xianxian couldn't completely control it. The heavenly court still needed other forces to support it. Empress Hutu was not a heavenly Dao sage, but she was equivalent to one. She was suitable for the heavenly court. Fong Liang was very grateful to Han Ju and thought that he was helping him pave the way. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to explain the situation. Putting down the heavenly Dao token, he frowned. No. The next time he preached the Dao, he had to instill in everyone in the hidden sect his philosophy not to be attracted by the mortal world. 200 years later, Han Ju began to preach. This was also the first time Long Hao and Hao Tian heard him preach the Tao. They were looking forward to it. In less than a few days, Hao Tian was shocked. Han Ju was actually preaching the Great Tao. Only sages could talk about the Great Tao. I knew it. He was definitely an ancient cultivator comparable to ancestor Shitian. Excited, Hao Tian began to listen carefully. He had also heard sages preach the Great Tao and had also cultivated the Great Tao, but he had failed. Before he died, his cultivation level had stagnated and his progress in Tao comprehension had not been high. As he listened, Hao Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that Han Ju's Great Tao was easier to understand than the Great Tao taught by the sages. Not only was it easier to understand, but it was also more unfathomable. This feeling of conflict appeared. Han Ju was definitely an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao sage. He had to stay in the hidden sect in the future. Hao Tian silently made up his mind. The current him no longer had any desire for power. He only wanted to attain the Tao. He could do anything as long as he was given hope. This lecture lasted for 100 years. After the lecture, everyone was still entranced and could not recover from their shock. Being immersed in the vast Great Tao was too comfortable. It was more comfortable than any experience in the world. If possible, they even wanted to be immersed in it forever. Han Ju suddenly shouted like a thunderclap, waking everyone up. A terrifying aura erupted from his body and shook the Tao field. 9 fiend celestial Dharma idols condensed above his head and covered the sky, looking mighty and domineering. Everyone looked at the fiend celestial Dharma idols in a daze. They all knew that Hanju had this mystical power. It was their nightmare in the simulation trial. No one could withstand a single blow from the fiend celestial Dharma idol. However, this was the first time they had seen 9 fiend celestial Dharma idols condense at the same time. Hao Tian stared at the 9 fiend celestials and suddenly thought of the 12 ancestral magi from a long time ago. This was the spirit of the 12 ancestral magi. Hanju said, "The heavenly Tao has been restarted for thousands of years. Recently, the ancient race has appeared. Many people are frustrated and want to go out and adventure. Today, I will set a rule. Unless you reach the pseudo-sage realm, you are not allowed to leave the 100-peak immortal river unless you have my permission." Everyone was stunned. Pseudo-sage. Hao Tian was shocked. So many disciples had to reach the pseudo-sage realm. Impossible. Wait. It was not impossible. The hidden sect already had 10,000 immortal emperors. In addition to Hanju's terrifying cultivation, Hao Tian quickened his pace. What kind of inheritance had he joined? He noticed that although the hidden sect disciples were stunned, everyone's eyes were filled with confidence. Ever since Hanju created the great Tao of extreme origin, everyone in the hidden sect could constantly break through by listening to him preach the Tao, including Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yue, who had ordinary potential. As time passed, the disciples almost forgot that cultivation had shackles. They felt that cultivating with Hanju would allow them to constantly climb to the peak of cultivation. I will definitely be the first existence among the hidden sect disciples to reach the pseudo-sage realm. Master, don't worry. If anyone wants to go out, I will help you teach them a lesson. Tao Sovereign said proudly. The Black Hell Chicken mocked, "You sound like the eldest senior brother. Aren't you just a few years older than us? In terms of potential, you might not be the strongest." The others replied one after another, most of them joking to ease the atmosphere. Hanju disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple to cultivate. Ever since Hanju set the rule that only pseudo-sages were allowed to leave the mountain, a cultivation trend stirred in the hidden sect. More and more living beings moved around the 100-peak immortal river. There were even cases of ferocious beasts wanting to barge into the 100-peak immortal river, but they were stopped by the array formation. In the blink of an eye, 80 years passed. On this day, a figure arrived in front of the 100-peak immortal river. He looked at the vast mountains ahead and frowned. This person was Jiang Dugu. "I really can't see through him," Jiang Dugu muttered to himself. He inexplicably thought of the mysterious Tao field he had encountered in the 9 nether purgatory in the last immeasurable calamity. Chapter 483 Li Mui's Arrival. Chapter 483 Li Mui's Arrival. Boom! A deafening terrifying collision suddenly sounded from the 100-peak immortal river. Hanju, who was cultivating, immediately saw that Jiang Dugu wanted to barge into the Tao field. "He's asking to get killed." Hanju cursed silently. He checked Jiang Dugu's cultivation. Mid-stage pseudo-sage realm. How dare he try to barge into his Tao field? Hanju sighed. No matter how Jiang Dugu tried to break into the Tao field, it was impossible. However, this commotion was too great. The hidden sect disciples spread their divine sense and caught sight of Jiang Dugu. "It's him." Zhou Fan's expression changed slightly as he looked furious. Long Hao was the same. At this moment, the guard Sima Yi suddenly rushed out of the Tao field. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded outside the Tao field. The mountains and rivers shook, and violent winds stirred the sea of clouds. Everyone from the hidden sect went to the edge of the Tao field to watch. Sima Yi was a clone of Shi Dudao. Fighting Jiang Dugu was definitely a world-shattering battle. Jiang Dugu was completely suppressed. Sima Yi had his left hand behind his waist. His right hand condensed into a pagoda with his dermic powers. Driven by his fingers, the pagoda suppressed Jiang Dugu at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that Jiang Dugu couldn't even react. The pagoda wasn't huge, but every time it landed, the ground would collapse. Space could be seen with the naked eye, like twisting black centipedes, looking sinister and terrifying. Sherdudao. How is that possible? Jiang Dugu's eyes widened in disbelief. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Sima Yi shook his arms. Terrifying dermic powers erupted like a wave, quickly covering the sky and bringing darkness to the world. Jiang Dugu's expression changed drastically as he immediately fled. Sima Yi did not pursue. He stopped and returned to the Dao field. Zhou Fan, Long Hao, and Hao Tian were dumbfounded. They knew that the Dao field's guard was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Jiang Dugu had yet to use his supreme treasure and was already frightened away. At least he let Jiang Dugu go. Han Ju wanted to intimidate the Providence sect and not find trouble with him if there was nothing. As for being discovered by the sages, Han Ju didn't care. So what if they knew? Could they enter the immortal world and beat him up? Han Ju smiled and continued cultivating. It had been more than 2,000 years since his last breakthrough. With Han Ju's cultivation speed, it was not difficult for him to break through again in 5,000 years. Outside the 33rd heaven, Jiang Dugu knelt in front of Li Mui, whose body shone like a god that had opened the sky. Really? Li Mui asked in a low voice. Jiang Dugu's expression was ugly. That's right, it's indeed Sherdudao. Li Mui said, Sherdudao is cultivating in South Extreme Heavenly Venerates Dao Field. It can't be him. He pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he could not deduce that Dao field. Something was wrong. Jiang Dugu said in a low voice, most importantly, that Dao field. I tried my best but still couldn't break through it. I feel like I'm trying to charge into a sage Dao field. Impossible. Li Mui said firmly. Jiang Dugu was silent. Li Mui also fell silent. Several breaths later, he said, I'll go personally take a look. Jiang Dugu's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. Sages couldn't enter the immortal world personally, but it was not difficult to send a clone or Dharma idol. 50 years later, Han Ju was cultivating in the Taoist temple when he suddenly heard someone preaching. The Tao voice sounded like an illusion and came from afar. He opened his eyes and immediately checked the surrounding enemies. Li Mui, perfected pseudo-sage realm, one of the 3 corpses of a sage, oh. He was finally here. Han Ju had already expected to attract the attention of the sages, so he was not flustered or surprised. He closed his eyes again and started the simulation trial with Li Mui. He fought with all his might. Too close. Fortunately, he could kill the guy instantly. Even if it was a sage's clone, his cultivation was only at the pseudo-sage realm. How could he defeat Han Ju? Completely relieved, Han Ju's focus returned to cultivation. With the array formation around, even if the disciples were bewitched, they could not break out. The hidden sect disciples quickly heard Li Mui's lecture and rushed in that direction to the edge of the Dao field. Li Mui was preaching halfway up a mountain. He shook his head and wore ordinary clothes. He was like a farmer in the mountains, but at this period, there were no farmers. Connate lifeforms ran towards him from all directions. It was a spectacular sight. Who is that fellow? Jiang Yi asked unhappily. They were used to Han Ju's lecture and didn't like Li Mui's. Dao Sovereign's eyes flickered. Should we deal with him? This was the hidden sect's territory. Murong Chi said, don't be anxious. Let's wait and see. It might be a trap. Don't forget Jiangdugu. Our hidden sect might have been exposed. The other disciples had solemn expressions. They scanned Li Mui with their divine sense and were shocked to find that they could not see through him. This time, they did not dare to think about leaving Hao Tian's figure appeared above Long Hao's head. He said in a low voice, "A sage's avatar." Everyone was shocked. Li Mui seemed to have heard Hao Tian's voice and couldn't help but glance at him. Hao Tian was so frightened that he immediately shrank back into Long Hao's body. So what if he's a sage? He doesn't even dare to enter, the black hell chicken said disdainfully. It believed that if there was really danger, Han Ju would definitely escape. What did it mean that he did not run away now? It meant safety. Hearing its words, the others' eyes lit up. Li Yao said, "The senior guards didn't come. It seems that sect master is confident. The reason why the other party is preaching the Tao is to trick us out." Zhao Xianyuan sighed. Master is remarkable. The Tao field can actually stop a sage. The others also sighed. As they spoke, Li Mui's mouth twitched. Pretending not to hear them, he continued speaking. Soon, the disciples returned to cultivate. Year after year passed. More and more connate lifeforms appeared outside the 100-peak immortal river. At a glance, the entire mountain was filled with all sorts of birds and beasts. 100 years later, the number of connate lifeforms here had already exceeded 100,000. They were still steadily increasing. From the looks of it, Li Mui planned to set up a Tao field here. Han Ju couldn't help but send a voice transmission to him, "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Li Mui replied with a smile, "Young friend, you're really impressive. Why don't you invite me into the Tao field? I'm afraid of death. You should have already guessed my identity. I won't attack you. In the past, I've sent you a dream, but you were in the dark forbidden zone and didn't receive it. Then, what's the matter? Do you want the sage position? Wow! Were sages only capable of promising this? Han Ju said, "Sage Qiu Shilai has already promised to give me a sage position. Could it be that there are 2 sage positions available?" Li Mui was moved. He doesn't have a sage position. Don't be fooled. Really? Then, I have to ask him, Han Ju replied doubtfully. Humph. A cold snort sounded. It was Qiu Shilai. This old bald donkey was actually spying on them. Li Mui seemed to have heard something. He slowly stood up and transformed into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Han Ju didn't mind. He let Qiu Shilai and Li Mui restrain each other so that they wouldn't disturb him. Chapter 484 Attack of the Ancient Race, 2/. Chapter 484 Attack of the Ancient Race, 2/. After Li Mui left, Han Ju thought that Qiu Shilai would look for him, but he didn't. Han Ju could feel that his relationship with Qiu Shilai had become quite peculiar. If Qiu Shilai no longer asked his disciples to join the Buddhist sect, it meant that their relationship had been ruined. He had to be careful of Qiu Shilai's schemes. There were thousands of sages. Although he had the protection of the Tao field, Han Ju still had to be careful. Although Li Mui had left, the connate lifeforms outside the 100-peak immortal river did not leave. They seemed to recognize this place. Not only that, but the number of connate lifeforms was also increasing. 80 years later, Zhou Mingyue came to visit Han Ju, followed by Han Zuetian. This was also Han Zuetian's first time coming to Han Ju's Daoist temple. The master and disciple knelt in front of him, looking very nervous. Han Ju remained silent and waited for them to speak. Zhou Mingyue asked carefully, "Grandmaster, what should we do with the connate lifeforms outside?" Han Ju asked, "You want to take them in?" Han Zuetian looked up and said, "The 100-peak immortal river is so big. Since those connate lifeforms are unwilling to leave, why don't you accept them?" I heard from the other elders that as long as Khanate lifeforms survive, they will be mighty figures of the world in the future. Han Ju stared at him, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. Although the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered Han Ju's face, the oppressive gaze made Han Zuetian feel as if he was in a cold cave. Han Ju suddenly realized that Han Zuetian was too ambitious. This ambition was inherent. He wondered if this was a good thing. Zhou Mingyue seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. I'll only accept Zuetian. I definitely won't lead these Khanate lifeforms out to cause trouble." Han Zuetian promised, "That's right, Grandmaster. I'm only doing this for the hidden sect's sake. Although the hidden sect is strong, most people are busy cultivating in seclusion. The sect lacks people to manage the living beings outside. I'm the youngest and can help do these things." Han Ju didn't suspect Han Zuetian's loyalty. After so many years, his favorability towards him had already reached 6 stars. Zhou Mingyue glared at Han Zuetian and scolded him. "What are you saying? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks." Han Zuetian felt wronged and did not dare to reply. Zhou Mingyue was frightened. Why did these words sound so much like fighting for power? Although Han Ju was good to his disciples, they had never doubted his methods. If Han Ju really felt danger, he would definitely not show mercy. Han Ju checked the living beings near the Dao field and didn't find Li Mui. He directly used his divine sense to move the hundreds of thousands of Khanate lifeforms outside into the 100-peak immortal river. "Go, they're already inside." Han Ju closed his eyes after saying that. Zhou Mingyue and Han Zuetian were pleasantly surprised. They quickly thanked him and left. As soon as they entered the 100-peak immortal river, the Khanate lifeforms all became restless, causing the place to fall into a commotion. However, not long after, they quietened down. Dao's sovereign had made his move. Han Ju didn't expect much from these Khanate lifeforms. If the 10,000 Nether race members could cultivate to the pseudo-sage realm, then the existence of Khanate lifeforms would not mean much. But there was one thing. Since they entered the 100-peak immortal river, they could forget about leaving. Unless they cultivated to the pseudo-sage realm. After thousands of years of development, and with the various providence sects preaching everywhere, more and more Khanate lifeforms appeared. Be it Khanate lifeforms or ferocious beasts, they all liked to rush towards the places with abundant spirit chi. In the 100-peak immortal river, because of the Dao field, the surrounding spirit chi was also constantly increasing, causing more and more Khanate lifeforms to appear. Time passed quickly. Another 1,000 years passed. Tu Linger stepped into the deity realm. Dao Comprehension Sword, Chu Shiren, and Murong Qi also began to charge towards it. Zhao Xianyuan was getting closer and closer to the Zenith Heaven realm. There were already more than 1,000 Khanate lifeforms in the 100-peak immortal river. Under Han Zuetian's management, a form of hierarchy began to form. On this day, a large number of organized Khanate lifeforms appeared outside the 100-peak immortal river. They were mighty and shook the ground. A mighty giant appeared at the end of the horizon. In front of him, those huge Khanate lifeforms were like stones. He was taller than any mountain in the 100-peak immortal river. It was the ancient race's leader, ancient fiendish Yin. After so many years, the ancient fiendish Yin's ancient race had absorbed countless Khanate lifeforms and covered the various regions. Recently, ancient fiendish Yin had heard from his subordinates that there were many Khanate lifeforms in this area. He had led his subordinates here and was prepared to expand the ancient race. Ancient fiendish Yin's gaze landed on the 100-peak immortal river. The nearby Khanate lifeforms seemed to be isolated by an invisible force and could not advance. Many living beings were even stuck to the edge of the formation. At first glance, half of their bodies were in the air. It was extremely strange. Ancient fiendish Yin suddenly leaped, stirring up a terrifying wind. Some weak connate lifeforms were directly overturned. Boom! The ancient fiendish Yin collided with the Tao Field's formation and was forcefully blocked. His long hair fluttered as if he was possessed by a ferocious beast. He began to punch the array formation with both fists, but unfortunately, he could not break through it. The hidden sect disciples walked out of their residences and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky. They looked at each other. Who was this? The connate lifeforms in the 100-peak immortal river were all frightened and nervous. Hao Tian came out of Long Hao's body and said, "Ancient fiendish Yin, I didn't expect him to come. It's probably because there are too many connate lifeforms around the 100-peak immortal river that attracted him." His tone was filled with teasing, feeling that ancient fiendish Yin was courting death. The others did not think much of ancient fiendish Yin. Only the connate lifeforms under Han Zuetian were nervous. The ancient fiendish Yin looked too powerful. Just looking at its figure was enough to make them despair. What's there to panic about? This person is nothing in our hidden sect. The mighty figure of the hidden sect is busy cultivating and doesn't reveal his true body. Han Zuetian cursed. Looking at his subordinates trembling, he was furious. They were far inferior to the nether race. That was 10,000 immortal emperor mighty figures. At this moment, boom! A sword chi suddenly shot out from the 100-peak immortal river. It passed through the array formation and directly pierced through the ancient fiendish Yin's head. Blood splattered like rain. The headless ancient fiendish Yin hurriedly jumped away from the Tao field. How can this be? Ancient fiendish Yin was shocked. Even a perfected pseudo-sage could not directly penetrate his body. Who was the other party? At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. The blinding divine light made him squint his eyes. He instinctively waved his palm to prevent the other party from attacking him. It was Han Ju. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol condensed above Han Ju's head and punched out. Both fists collided. The ancient fiendish Yin was directly exploded. His body turned into dust and scattered. His soul fled in fear. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial waved his fist again. Ancient fiendish Yin's soul was directly obliterated. Almost instantly, Han Ju disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple. The world fell silent. The connate lifeforms outside the 100-peak immortal river were all dumbfounded. They looked up in disbelief as the blood mist continued to descend. Chapter 485 Fame Shaking the Immortal World, Han Ju of the Mortal World. Chapter 485 Fame Shaking the Immortal World, Han Ju of the Mortal World, Ancient Fiendish Yin has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Han Ju frowned when he saw this line of words. He was still alive. It seemed that this fellow also hid a soul elsewhere. But it's fine. Ancient fiendish Yin being alive was not a threat. It was a good opportunity to intimidate the various factions. Most of the connate lifeforms of the ancient race had intelligence. They could communicate, so they would probably spread the news. Ever since Jiangdugu, continuous people kept coming to barge into the Tao field. In the long run, what would happen? Han Ju kept a low profile and cultivated, but he was not afraid of being discovered. Nothing would happen as long as he was in the Tao field. After thinking, Han Ju closed his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to curse ancient fiendish Yin. Cursing now would easily expose him. He would curse the guy to death in a few thousand years. On the other side, Han Zuetian stood on the hill and said smugly, "Do you see? This is the hidden sect's power. You are not considered disciples yet. You need to cultivate well. You have already joined the strongest force in the world. However, if your cultivation is insufficient, you will not have the chance to return after being chased out." The transformed living beings at the foot of the mountain nodded excitedly. They didn't see Han Ju appear. They only saw ancient fiendish Yin being sent flying. Then, a huge shadow flashed past and ancient fiendish Een turned into a bloody mist and died on the spot. Compared to them, the hidden sect disciples were very calm, including the Nether race. Currently, they were all existences who pursued the great Tao. They weren't like ancient fiendish Een who had to enter the world to fight for power. The situation was different. In the following years, the news of ancient fiendish Yin's death quickly spread. It spread wider and wider. The severely injured ancient fiendish Een couldn't condense a new body in a short period of time. He had offended too many powerful enemies and did not even dare to show himself, causing the ancient race to be like scattered sand. The hidden sect and the 100-peak immortal river's names began to spread. Many Khanate lifeforms in the 100-peak immortal river communicated with the Khanate lifeforms outside at the edge of the Tao field, causing the two names, 100-peak immortal river and hidden sect, to be known by the Khanate lifeforms outside. They spread it by word of mouth. 1 spread to 1, 2 to 10, and 10 to 10,000. The various Providence sects also knew of the 100-peak immortal river and the hidden sect's existence. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. They had also seen the hidden sect during the heavenly race banquet. However, they did not expect that the hidden sect actually hid a powerful existence that could easily kill ancient fiendish Een. 200 immortal emperors and an almost invincible pseudo-sage below the sages. In the middle were supreme geniuses like Jiang Yi and Tao's sovereign in the previous calamity. This force. They were ridiculously strong. Most importantly, the various forces did not know the hidden sect's true background. 432 years later. The 100-peak immortal river welcomed visitors. I'm the sect master of the Jia school, Jing Tiangong. I'm especially here to visit the sect master of the hidden sect. Can I meet you? Jing Tiangong's voice entered the Tao field, causing Han Ju to open his eyes. He naturally wouldn't kill this believer directly, but he couldn't see him either. The three schools of the Tao sect had a sensitive relationship. They were united to the outside world, but they had always been fighting internally. Once they formed a good relationship with someone, they would definitely offend the other two schools. The Heavenly Court wanted to form the entire Tao sect, but it collapsed. Han Ju said, "Forget about meeting. Jia School Sect Master, our hidden sect doesn't want to fight for power and has no intention of becoming friends with the various factions. We only want to cultivate." Hearing this, Jing Tiangong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The disciples accompanying him were all angry. In their ears, Han Ju didn't give them face. However, they did not shout. After all, Jing Tiangong was here. With the sect master around, it was not their turn to speak. Jing Tiangong smiled and asked, "Then, can fellow Taoist tell me your name?" Han Ju, a nobody. Han Ju, Jing Tiangong narrowed his eyes and pinched his fingers to deduce. Ha! Jing Tiangong seemed to have guessed something. He revealed a strange smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, if you pass by the Jia school in the future, remember to visit me. You don't want to be disturbed, but I like to be disturbed the most." With that said, Jing Tiangong turned around and left. The Jia school disciples followed closely behind. On the other side, Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple. Disturbed by Jing Tiangong, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate and wanted to take a walk. He suddenly thought of the Qilin egg in the cave. After thousands of years, not many Qilin eggs had hatched. Only a dozen or so. The other Qilin eggs were still being nurtured. Arriving at the cave, Han Ju appeared in front of the reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei. Liu Bei opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up to bow when he saw him. Han Ju looked at a sleeping Qilin in the tunnel. This Qilin was as big as an elephant and wore crimson scales. As it breathed, its nose emitted a scorching aura. His potential is not bad. He has already reached the grand unity true immortal realm. Han Ju praised. He looked into the cave and saw the figures of other Qilin, but their cultivation was far inferior to this crimson Qilin. Liu Bei smiled. Its potential is indeed not bad. It can be considered the king of the Qilin race. The other Qilins are all very afraid of it. Perhaps it's the Qilin race's royal bloodline. By the way, its name is Su Lin. Would it be offensive for me to give it a name? If you're not satisfied, you can give it a new name. Han Ju said, it's fine. There's no need to change it. Send it to my Taoist temple when it reaches the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. With that, Han Ju disappeared. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. He was actually just testing it. Han Ju's nonchalance was actually permission. He was grateful to him. He knew that Han Ju wanted him to control the Qilin race and increase his authority in the hidden sect. Of course, he couldn't forget that the true master of the Qilin race was Han Ju. Immortal world, in the seas. There was still remnant negative karma of the immeasurable calamity. It floated on the sea like a black mist. On an island. Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian stood at the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. Do you know Han Ju? Jing Tiangong pretended to ask casually. Worry. Huang Zuantian thought for a moment and said, it sounds familiar. Let me think. I've met more than 10 people called Han Ju in my life. The ones who left the deepest impression should be the Han Ju of the Eastern Dragon region and the Han Ju of the mortal world. Oh. Tell me. Han Ju of the Eastern Dragon region is a hidden cultivator who doesn't belong to any sect. I don't know if he's still alive. Han Ju of the mortal world is an ascetic I encountered when I was a mortal. I suffered greatly in his hands. Huang Zuantian shook his head and laughed as he recalled the past. Jing Tiangong asked, how's your relationship with Han Ju from the mortal world? Are you enemies? Huang Zuantian said, there are indeed grudges, but there are differences between mortals and immortals. The past is like smoke and mist, not worth mentioning. He asked in surprise, Sect Master, why are you asking about him? Did you encounter him? No way, he's still alive after the calamity. Jing Tiangong stared at him and smiled. Nothing. I'm just asking. A mighty figure named Han Ju recently appeared in the immortal world. Oh. Tell me the details. Huang Zuantian pretended to be curious. Jing Tiangong told him about the hidden sect. Huang Zuantian sighed. I didn't expect the hidden sect's master to also be called Han Ju. Wait, could it be that Han Ju of our mortal world? He began to deduce with his fingers and frowned. I can't deduce it. As expected of a mighty figure. Chapter 486 Strange Palm, 20,000 years old. Chapter 486 Strange Palm, 20,000 years old. Another 1,000 years passed since Jing Tiangong left. While cultivating, Han Ju cursed Sage Fated Secrets and checked his emails. The content of the emails was still mostly about various opportunities. He was bored. It had been a long time since he was attacked. Han Ju was really not used to it. It seemed that the immortal world would be peaceful for a long time. Han Ju felt that it was good. It gave them time to develop. The cultivation levels of the hidden sect disciples continued to increase. No one stopped advancing. It had to be said that the great Tao of extreme origin was all-encompassing. It was really wonderful. All the disciples could obtain enlightenment from it. Han Ju realized that after reaching the great Tao level, potential was actually not that important. What was more important was aptitude and comprehension. On this day, Tao Comprehension Sword came to visit him. She was already a rank 9 immortal emperor and was only a step away from the deity realm. She hoped that he could help her. Han Ju began to preach the Tao for her alone, focusing on the deity realm. 20 years later, Tao comprehension soared left with much comprehension. 139 years later, Tao comprehension soared successfully reached the one mystic divine origin. More and more deity realm experts appeared in the hidden sect. The entire sect was flourishing. The connate lifeforms at the bottom also began to focus on cultivation. The number of connate lifeforms around the 100-peak immortal river continued to increase. However, ever since ancient fiendish Yin had suffered a setback here, no powerful enemies tried to barge in. Boom! Near the 100-peak immortal river, the ground shook, startling many connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts. Giant fingers broke out from the ground. Soon, the entire palm stood on the ground. It was even larger than a mountain. Its fingertips reached into the clouds. This palm was covered in blood. It was dense and ghastly, and the fingers seemed extremely stiff. Under the Fusang tree, Jiang Yi looked at the palm and frowned. He muttered, "I think I've seen that hand somewhere before." The black hell chicken said calmly, "Didn't limbs fall from the sky thousands of years ago? It's probably a mighty figure plotting. However, we don't have to worry as long as it doesn't appear in the 100-peak immortal river. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm, thanks." Jiang Yi glanced at it and pretended to be cold. All the living beings in the 100-peak immortal river were discussing the palm. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju had a strange expression. This palm. Zhu Tu's hand. Their auras were identical, but even more sinister. Could it be that after Zhu Tu died, his body was taken away by a sage? Zhu Tu was the strongest person in the early stages of the calamity. He had even died because of Han Ju. Now that his palm appeared near the Dao field, Han Ju was inexplicably nervous. "I want to know, why did this palm appear near the Dao field?" Han Ju thought silently. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Emperor Zhao's doing, Han Ju frowned. It was really him. The person who had scattered the limbs around the immortal world was Emperor Zhao. This person was one of the devil race's ancestors. He had the devil ancestor support and was full of ambition. Emperor Zhao noticed Han Ju because they looked at each other. Han Ju had a feeling that the devils would definitely appear in the next immeasurable calamity and make a comeback. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to ignore it. It was just nice for the palm to drive the surrounding living beings away and return peace to the 100-peak immortal river. Even if Emperor Zhao came personally, he would still not be able to break through the Dao field's defense. Zhu Tu's palm absorbed endless negative karma and grudges. The aura of misfortune it emitted made the living beings uneasy. In a few years, some living beings couldn't take it anymore and fled. This was what Han Ju wanted. He extended his divine sense and swept across several regions. He discovered that it was not only the 100-peak immortal river. The limbs of the previous calamity were everywhere. They occupied places with abundant spirit qi and dispersed the connate lifeforms. Han Ju finally understood. So Emperor Zhao wanted to restrict the development of connate lifeforms. Since it wasn't only against Han Ju, he didn't have to care. Just like that. Another 700 years passed. A large number of cultivators appeared outside the 100-peak immortal river. These cultivators rushed towards Zhu Tu's palm and set up array formations around it. This scene attracted the attention of the hidden sect disciples. Jie school disciple. Long Hao recognized the Taoist robes the disciples were wearing and clicked his tongue in wonder. The sect master of the Jie school had been here before. Why were there so many disciples this time? What did he want? The others also stared at the Jie school disciples. Han Ju was also watching from the Taoist temple. Several days later, the Jie school disciples surrounded Zhu Tu's palm and began to activate the array formation. Arrays rose. Golden chains wrapped around the palm, black flames burned, and strange red qi seeped into it. Thousands of Jia school disciples kept casting spells. A golden wheel appeared in the sky. It seemed to be formed by dozens of golden rings. Mysterious words flickered vaguely, looking magnificent. The palm trembled violently as if it was struggling. Boom! A strange force suddenly erupted and swept across Jia school disciples. Immediately after, the disciples in the front row were petrified and turned into dust. This scene frightened the other disciples. Zhu Tu's palm suddenly clenched into a fist, causing a strong wind to sweep in all directions and to shatter all the surrounding array formations. The other disciples seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They fell and crashed into the mountains and rivers, drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye and turning into dried corpses as their bodies trembled. They wanted to make a sound, but they could not. In the end, they all died. The world fell silent. The hidden sect disciples were stunned. This palm was so powerful. Even Tao's sovereign, a zenith heaven golden immortal, could not help but frown. Han Ju could tell that this palm already had a power close to a pseudo-sage. The strongest among these disciples was only an immortal emperor. How could they subdue it? Why did Jing Tiangong let them come to die? Han Ju couldn't figure it out. Little did they know that it was not Jing Tiangong who wanted them to die. The entire Jia school was subduing the remnant body parts everywhere. This batch of disciples had their own thoughts, so they rushed over. After the Jia school disciples perished, Zhu Tu's palm slowly released. From high up in the sky, it was as if a giant was buried alive. This battle frightened the hidden sect disciples, but since Han Ju didn't say anything, they were not worried. However, they felt uneasy every time they saw Zhu Tu's palm. Time passed. 30 years later. Detected that you are 20,000 years old. You have the following choices: 1. Come out immediately and clean up the remains of the calamity. You can obtain immeasurable merit, a great Tao fragment, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and not be affected by karma in the world. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. It's back. It's here. Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. As expected of an achievement reward of 20,000 years. The Book of Misfortune could be upgraded. Han Ju thought happily. He seemed to see Sage Fated Secret's death already. He chose the second option without hesitation. The Book of Misfortune was already a Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure. If its level rose again, it would definitely be a major one. Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started to fuse them. He wondered if the Dharma treasure would be pseudo-sage level. If not, it would directly become a Heavenly Tao Dharma treasure. The power of the curse. Han Ju didn't dare to think too deeply. Chapter 487 Late Stage Pseudo-Sage, Primordial Purple Chi. Chapter 487 Late Stage Pseudo-Sage, Primordial Purple Chi. The Book of Misfortune's upgrade took 30 years, but at this point, 30 years was nothing. Book of Misfortune upgraded from a Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure to a Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure. There was no pseudo-sage level. It was directly at the Heavenly Tao level. Han Ju was in a good mood. He did not curse Sage Fated Secrets immediately but continued cultivating. He wasn't far from breaking through. He had to cultivate to the late-stage pseudo-sage realm first. More than 6,000 years had passed since the last breakthrough. Han Ju turned around and felt that time passed so quickly, as if it was yesterday. The early-stage Heavenly Tao had no grudges or conflicts. The definition of time was not obvious. All living beings were busy cultivating. Although various providence sects were wandering the immortal world, the world was vast. It wasn't difficult for them to hide and cultivate. On the other side. Outside the 33rd heaven. In the palace, Sage Fated Secrets suddenly felt uneasy. For some reason, he felt like a calamity was coming. This feeling had not appeared since he had attained the Tao. He immediately thought of the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the past few decades, the Dark Forbidden Lord had not cursed him. Was he preparing something? The more Sage Fated Secrets thought about it, the more panicked he became. He also thought that the other sages had been interacting closely recently and seemed to be alienating him. No, I have to rope in an ally. Qiu Shilai is not reliable. Sage Fated Secret's eyes flickered. He immediately stood up and left. 300 years later. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Hanju finally had a chance to break through. He directly entered seclusion. In 50 years, he successfully broke through. Feeling, Hanju checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju, lifespan, 20,380/6 sextillion 790 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation. Late stage of the pseudo-primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin, great. His lifespan doubled again. Hanju was getting closer and closer to becoming a sage. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. After consolidating his cultivation, he would deal with Sage Fated Secrets. 49 years later. Hanju finished consolidating his cultivation. He was about to take out the Book of Misfortune when he felt a powerful aura. Extending his divine sense, he saw a sword chi sweep over from the end of the horizon. It collided with Zhu Tu's palm and cut it into two. Blood splattered across the ground. The two halves of the palm trembled violently and wanted to heal. Another sword chi interwove and shattered the palm. Hanju raised his eyebrows. What a powerful sword chi! The other party was at least a pseudo-sage. Furthermore, this sword chi looked familiar. Hanju looked over and saw a white-robed swordsman flying over on sword chi. Isn't this Li Daokong? Li Daokong stopped in front of Zhu Tu's palm and looked down at the mountain of meat. He frowned. This murderous aura is essentially demonic chi. Could it be that the devil ancestor is plotting something? Li Daokong thought silently. His gaze landed on the 100-peak Immortal River. He had long heard of it. This time, he was not here for Zhu Tu's palm, but for the 100-peak Immortal River. Flying forward, he raised his hand to touch an invisible formation. He secretly activated his dermic powers and felt that his dermic powers were blocked by an extremely strong force, then directly melted. What a powerful formation! Li Daokong raised his eyebrows and asked, Sect Master of the Hidden Sect, I'm the eldest disciple of the human school, Li Daokong. I'm here to ask about cultivation. He had long heard of the Hidden Sect. The Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court was a disciple of the Hidden Sect. Hanju's voice floated over slowly. Fellow Taoist Li, you're so powerful. I'm not your match. Forget it. He asked silently, was Li Daokong arranged to be here by a sage? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It's not a sage's arrangement. He's just curious about you. Curious? Hanju was speechless. Does this fellow still want to take me in as his disciple? Hanju, aren't you letting me in? Are you worried that I'll attack you? I, Li Daokong, never ambush or scheme. Li Daokong's voice floated over. Hanju continued to ask in his mind, if Li Daokong comes in, will I be in danger? No, this time, his lifespan was not deducted. Perhaps the system had already checked Li Daokong's motives. Hanju asked, is Li Daokong loyal to the human school? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Although he is loyal, he is not a fanatic. Hanju narrowed his eyes and felt that it was feasible. The human school structure was complicated. There were only 2 disciples on the surface, but there were countless disciples in the dark. Jiang Dugu and Li Daokong were both from the human school, but they were already mortal enemies. Li Daokong would definitely be dissatisfied. Hanju said, "Come in." He directly wrapped him with his divine sense. Li Daokong did not resist and was sucked into the Taoist temple. After landing, Li Daokong's gaze landed on Hanju. "You've actually reached the pseudosage realm," Li Daokong said with a burning gaze, his heart filled with shock. This talent was too terrifying. When he first met Hanju, Li Daokong only felt that he was a prodigy. After 10,000 years, this prodigy actually surpassed him. Li Daokong knew his potential very well. His breakthrough speed was already the fastest in the calamity, but compared to Hanju. He thought of what Li Mui had told him and seemed to understand something. Hanju smiled and said, "If you had been cultivating in seclusion, you would have long become a sage." He waved his hand, causing a mat to appear on the ground. He then gestured for Li Daokong to sit down. After Li Daokong sat down, he smiled and said, "It's not that easy to attain the Tao. You need great providence. However, I've already obtained enough providence in the previous calamity. I'm only lacking the primordial purple qi." Hanju asked, "Is there a heavenly Tao sage in the human school now?" Li Daokong said, "Yes, but my master created his own little heavenly Tao. It's not inferior to the heavenly Tao of the immortal world." "Doesn't that mean that the human school also has a primordial purple qi?" Hanju only knew of 8 heavenly Tao sages. Niwa, Fuxician, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Zhou Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Fated Secrets, Sage Jinan, and Emperor Shao. Not to mention that Niwa had perished, a heavenly Tao sage had yet to appear. He guessed that he was hiding in the human school. Li Daokong said, "That's right. If there are no accidents, I will be the next heavenly Tao sage. Do you want to acknowledge me as your master?" Hanju asked, "Is it the position of Sage Niwa or the human school?" "It's naturally Empress Niwa's position." "Oh." Hanju relaxed. So this fellow was also deceived by a sage. Hanju said in surprise, "Sage Li Mui said that he wanted to give me the primordial purple qi. Why did he also promise it you?" Li Daokong frowned. Hanju continued, "Not only Li Mui, but also Sage Zhou Shilai. He also said that he wanted to give me Niwa's primordial purple qi and let me fight for providence and fame first. How many primordial purple qi does Niwa have?" Li Daokong snorted. "It seems that you and I are both pawns. I'm afraid you and I aren't the only ones. Actually, I came to find you for another goal. I want to create a new human school." Chapter 488 Li Daokong's Ambition, Help from a Sage. Chapter 488 Li Daokong's Ambition, Help from a Sage New Human School. This fellow wants to stab Li Mui in the back. Hanju frowned and didn't agree immediately. If Li Daokong really thought that, Li Mui would definitely sense it. Sages were high and mighty and knew everything. Seeing through his thoughts, Li Daokong said, "Don't worry. I have a heavenly Tao supreme treasure on me. Sages can't capture my actions or spy on me." Hanju shook his head. "If that's the case, shouldn't Li Mui be more afraid of you?" Li Daokong said calmly, "That's right, so he trusts Jiang Dugu more." Hanju remained silent. Li Daokong continued to talk about his relationship with Jiang Dugu. Jiang Dugu was the human school's previous eldest disciple. He had become Li Mui's disciple and was equivalent to his senior. However, Li Daokong was Li Mui's adopted disciple. Jiang Dugu had joined Li Mui at his peak. Jiang Dugu had an extremely high status in the human race. Because of him, the human school's status in the human race had increased greatly, so he was trusted by Li Mui. In the previous immeasurable calamity, Li Daokong had followed Li Mui's orders to assist the heavenly court. Unexpectedly, the heavenly court had suddenly risen. Their opponents had died one after another and even threatened the sage's lineage. Li Mui had Li Daokong and Jiang Dugu retreat. Li Daokong did not agree. He had already promised to help the heavenly court. How could he go back on his word? Moreover, in his opinion, it was good if the heavenly court won. They could end the calamity as soon as possible. Thus, he offended Li Mui, and Jiang Dugu also appeared out of thin air and entered the calamity. After that, because the two of them were on their own, they often fought. They were furious, and now, it had even become a death grudge. Expressionless, Hanju laughed in his heart. In that case, the estrangement between Li Daokong and Li Mui was due to him, the dark forbidden lord. Li Daokong looked at him with a burning gaze and said, "Are you willing to join me? I can make you the vice sect master." Hanju said helplessly, "How many disciples do you have?" "Not many, we can continue recruiting." "When can you recruit to the size of our hidden sect?" 2. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. 11 Li Daokong fell silent. He couldn't help but scan with his divine sense and discovered that there were actually more than 10,000 immortal emperors in the hidden sect. There were also several zenith heavens. This force. Impossible. Li Daokong was shocked. Hanju said, "Why don't you join my hidden sect?" In any case, Hanju still admired Li Daokong. In the previous calamity, other than sages, Li Daokong was the most prominent. His reputation as the #1 sword immortal in the heavenly Tao had long fallen on him. Most importantly, Li Daokong's breakthrough speed had always been very fast. Li Daokong narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid of offending a sage? If I create a new human school with you, won't I also offend a sage? Besides, are you really confident in creating and controlling a providence sect?" Hanju asked bluntly. In his impression, Li Daokong had always been fighting alone and occasionally brought his junior Li Xianao along. Li Daokong fell silent again. He indeed did not have any experience in this area. The reason why he wanted to create a new sect was that he wanted to go against Li Mui. Hanju sighed secretly. It was indeed impossible to subdue Li Daokong so easily. "How about we spar?" Li Daokong looked up and asked. Hanju thought for a moment and felt that he couldn't hide anymore. He said, "I have a mystical power that can let us fight in an illusion. In the illusion, you can unleash your full strength." Interested, Li Daokong nodded in agreement. Hanju pulled him into the simulation trial and started fighting. To prevent Li Daokong from thinking there was something wrong with the simulation trial, Hanju first adopted a defensive strategy and let him attack. After Li Daokong used his full strength, he would defeat him with one move. That's right. Instant kill. The late-stage pseudo-sage Hanju was able to insta-kill all existences under the sages. Even the world-shattering Li Daokong was insta-killed. Several days later, Li Daokong left the 100-peak immortal river. His expression was dark and his back was desolate. Under the Fusang tree, Jiang Yi asked curiously, "He seems very unhappy. Did he fall out with sect master?" The Black Hell Chicken said, "Needless to say, he must have been taught a lesson in the simulation trial." Jiang Yi was silent. He would indeed be very unhappy. Back then, he had spent a lot of time to walk out of the shadows. After Li Daokong left, Hanju began to improve his sword Dao mystical power. He used a few months to reach his limits. After that, he began to comprehend the grand unity aspect. In 20 years, Hanju had cultivated 12 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. They were the 9 young Fiend Celestial, the Earth Fiend Celestial, the Origin Gold Fiend Celestial, the Ultimate Bone Fiend Celestial, the Thousand-Headed Fiend Celestial, the Falling Space Fiend Celestial, the Cave Eye Fiend Celestial, the Red Evil Fiend Celestial, West Day Fiend Celestial, the Great Dharma Fiend Celestial, Trapped Nightmare Fiend Celestial, and Thought-Severing Fiend Celestial. Han Ju had already accumulated 35 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and was walking further and further on the path of invincibility. After that, he began the simulation trial. Everyone below the sages were insta-killed. He was still killed when he challenged a sage, but he lasted longer. Han Ju felt bored. He seemed to have become stronger, but also not. Han Ju decided to set a goal for himself. He wanted to defeat a heavenly Dao sage before attaining the Dao. If he couldn't even do this, how could he challenge all the heavenly Dao sages alone after he attained the Dao? Han Ju adjusted his emotions and took out the Book of Misfortune. He smiled. As his dermic powers were injected into the Book of Misfortune, a black light emitted and shone on Han Ju's face, making him look extremely evil and terrifying. 5 days later, Han Ju began to curse with his lifespan. His lifespan decreased extremely quickly. As expected of a heavenly Dao and numinous treasure. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they might be drained dry in a second. On the other side, Sage Fated Secrets sensed the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse and immediately circulated his energy to resist. He had a feeling that this curse was stronger than before. At this moment, he was in Emperor Zhao's Dao field. Emperor Shao frowned when he saw Sage Fated Secrets circulating his energy. He asked, "The Dark Forbidden Lord has begun." Sage Fated Secrets nodded. Emperor Shao pinched his fingers to deduce but couldn't track the source of the curse on Sage Fated Secrets. "I knew it. This Dark Forbidden Lord is really a sage." Emperor Zhao's expression darkened. A sage who wanted to destroy other sages was extremely dangerous. Even if Emperor Shao had ulterior motives, he did not want to be secretly targeted by other sages. Look at Sage Fated Secrets, he had even developed a mental demon. After a while, black chi began to surround Sage Fated Secrets. This was the manifestation of the curse. Emperor Shao sensed with his divine sense and was secretly shocked. Could it be that the other party had sacrificed a world? The curse was too powerful. Sage Fated Secrets took out a golden bell and covered himself. However, the curse power directly penetrated the golden bell and attacked his body and soul. Oh no! Sage Fated Secrets cursed silently. This curse power had increased too quickly. This time, it was probably not as simple as a mental demon. He opened his eyes and said, "Emperor, help me." Emperor Shao immediately appeared behind him. His right palm landed on his shoulder, and he used his great dermic powers to help Sage Fated Secrets resist the curse. In the Daoist temple, covered in a black aura, Han Ju cursed as he stared at the attributes panel. 10 trillion years. 15 trillion years. 20 trillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Sage Fated Secrets has developed mental demons. Fortunately, with the help of a sage, he suppressed these mental demons. Chapter 489 Mad Sage, Emergence of the Human Race. Chapter 489 Mad Sage, Emergence of the Human Race. Sage Fated Secrets had asked another sage for help. Han Ju frowned. He didn't stop and continued cursing. His lifespan decreased rapidly. 25 trillion years. 30 trillion years. 40 trillion years. Han Ju couldn't take it anymore. This was too much. 2 sages combined were indeed terrifying. They were like iron walls that blocked the power of curses. At this moment, because of your curse, your enemy Sage Fated Secrets suffered from chi deviation and became a mad sage. Mad sage. Han Ju immediately stopped. He let out a long sigh. His entire body felt comfortable as if he had finally gotten what he wanted. This outcome was also good. Han Ju didn't feel that he could curse a sage to death in one go, but Sage Fated Secrets had already become a mad sage. It meant that his death was not far away. Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and got up to preach the Tao to the disciples. 13th Heaven, Heavenly Race Palace. Fang Liang came to visit Ji Xianchen. Ji Xianchen's expression was solemn. The 33rd heaven is in chaos. Stunned, Fang Liang asked, "What do you mean? A sage has gone mad." "What?" "It said that he went mad from the Dark Forbidden Lord's curses." If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Fang Liang widened his eyes. He was naturally not unfamiliar with the Dark Forbidden Lord. He didn't expect that the Dark Forbidden Lord would still be alive after the immeasurable calamity. Not only that, but he also cursed a sage. How impudent. Most importantly, the Dark Forbidden Lord had succeeded. Fang Liang frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with us?" Ji Xianchen said, "When the sages are in chaos, their attention will shift. In addition, what do you think of the Dark Forbidden Lord? It said that in the previous calamity, the Dark Forbidden Lord helped the heavenly court." Fang Liang smiled bitterly. "In the rumors, don't you know what happened to the heavenly court in the end?" Ji Xianchen frowned. The appearance of the Dark Forbidden Lord made him feel very uneasy. According to his past experiences, whoever was the strongest would be targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Wasn't the current immortal world ruled by the heavenly race? Don't worry. The Dark Forbidden Lord no longer appears. Even if he really wants to target us, even sages can't do anything. Aren't we still waiting for death? Fang Liang spread his hands. He had also become quite chill recently. He did not fight or snatch. Instead, he was relaxed. The current heavenly court immortals were already decorations. Instead, the heavenly race immortals were preaching and establishing faith. They were full of ambition. Seeing Ji Xianchen so diligent, he couldn't help but think of his past. Those bound by karma were surrounded in dense fog unknowingly. Ji Xianchen shook his head and laughed. "Let's not talk about this. I came to you mainly for another matter. The human race has appeared again. The heavenly court can rope them in. In the future, we can borrow the human race's power." Fang Liang frowned and asked, "Why would the humans appear?" "It's Li Dao Kong." Before the calamity ended, he moved a portion of the humans away. Now that he has been released for 2,000 years, the population is reproducing very quickly. If we let it be, the ancient race might not be able to suppress them. Taking advantage of the fact that the humans are leaderless and weak, the heavenly court can take advantage of them easily. Where's Li Dao Kong? Him. Do you think he will become the human race's leader? Ji Xianchen said suspiciously, feeling that Fang Liang was too cautious. Fang Liang thought about it carefully. Li Dao Kong was indeed not that kind of person. He despised the humans, to begin with. The reason why he protected them was probably because of the human school's foundation. "Alright, I'll try." Fang Liang consented, but he felt inexplicably uneasy. After the 100 years of lecture, the hidden sect disciples obtained many benefits. Other than the Khanate lifeforms, all the disciples and the Nether race had already successfully stepped onto the path of cultivating the great Tao of extreme origin. This great Tao was much stronger than their cultivation techniques. Everyone's cultivation speed increased greatly. The Khanate lifeforms foundation was weak. They had yet to reach the point of comprehending the great Tao of extreme origin. It was worth mentioning that Han Ju felt a force summoning him from afar. Great Tao of extreme origin. Could it be that when he created the great Tao of extreme origin, it had also appeared in a mysterious space? Han Ju asked the system, but it couldn't answer because the great Tao itself exceeded the system's current limit. This dog system had already created the Great Tao, but it had yet to reach the limits of the Great Tao. Hanju had no choice but to put this matter aside. After returning to the Taoist temple, he focused on the world of stars. After more than 10,000 years, the reroll world was no longer the same as before. It had more than 10 immortal emperors now, and they each dominated a region of the world. The reroll world was surrounded by nebulous primordial chi. The immortal emperors wanted to fly out but were directly blocked, causing the world to be completely sealed. The white-robed Buddha was still the supreme existence, like a sage of the immortal world. In addition, a star not far from the reroll world began to transform. It began to have mountains and rivers, wind and fire. It even began to produce spirit chi. If this continued, that star would become suitable for living beings to live on. Not bad. Not bad. Hanju was very satisfied with the development of the world of stars. Sooner or later, it would become a heavenly Tao. He shifted his gaze to the Fiend Celestial Chi. In the 100 years since the lecture, he had condensed 12 Fiend Celestial Chi again. The Fiend Celestial Chi was still condensing. It was unknown when it would truly condense into a chaotic Fiend Celestial. Hanju felt that he was missing something. Perhaps when he became a sage, the Fiend Celestial Chi would truly undergo a qualitative change. After observing himself, Hanju started cultivating. The strange deity returned to the Taoist temple and started to rub against him. Although its intelligence had stopped growing, its strength had been increasing. It seemed that it could constantly become stronger without cultivating. Hanju guessed that it might be because he had fused with the strange deity that he had affected it. This was also a good thing. The strange deity was one of Hanju's trump cards. It could kill enemies invisible in the future. Before long, someone asked to see Hanju. The other disciples were still in the Tao comprehension state and didn't wake up. If this person could wake up so early, he probably had the intention to visit him. Come in. The door to the Taoist temple opened and Zhou Fan walked in. He knelt down in front of him and cupped his fists. Master, I have a request. Hanju asked, what is it? Zhou Fan stated his intention. 2,000 years ago, he sensed that the human race had reappeared. At first, he did not care, but recently, the human race seemed to have seen a calamity and was summoning him. He wanted to help them. After all, he was once a human. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce. Through karma, he deduced that there were indeed humans in the immortal world, and it was not small a number. There were already more than 1 million people. The human race was very far from the 100-peak immortal river. Hanju continued to deduce. I see. The humans were being persecuted by the ancient race. They raised the humans as food and wanted to devour the heavenly Tao race's providence. When the humans were in despair, they used a secret technique to summon experts with human bloodlines. Hanju was also a human. Because of ancient fiendish Yin, he hated the ancient race. In that case. Go, Hanju said calmly. Zhou Fan was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly thanked him and left. After Zhou Fan left, Hanju locked the strange deity into the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse ancient fiendish Yin. It was time to settle the scores. Chapter 490 Ancient Race Divides, Chaos of the Sages. Chapter 490 Ancient Race Divides, Chaos of the Sages. Hanju even cursed sages. Cursing ancient fiendish Yin was naturally nothing difficult. Ancient fiendish Yin had been recuperating ever since he had been severely injured in the 100-peak immortal river. The living beings of the ancient race had thought that he had already perished. Now, the ancient race was in pieces and all sorts of kings had risen. The immortal world had also fallen into chaos. Cursing ancient fiendish Yin only consumed 1 trillion years of his lifespan. Because of your curse, your enemy ancient fiendish Yin suffered from mental demons. His dermic powers surged and his Tao fruit shattered. He died and his Tao dissipated. He was cursed to death. Unlike other opponents in the past who Han Ju could only curse to death after many years, ancient fiendish Yin was directly cursed to death by him in one go. One-shot kill. Han Ju wasn't happy at all. Instead, he was a little melancholic. As he became stronger, he could no longer return to the life of having a curse mission that happened once every 10 years. Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and released the strange deity. Letting it move freely, he entered a cultivation state. Outside the 33rd heaven. Great Ultimate Hall. Li Mui, Fuxician, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tian Ju, Sage Jinan, and Emperor Shao knelt in the hall. Ancestor Shitian sat in front of them expressionlessly. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate looked up and said, "Ancestor, what do you think about this?" The other sages also stared at him. Ancestor Shitian said indifferently, "I've already said that I won't interfere in the matters of the heavenly Tao. Sage Fated Secrets has already gone mad. This is no longer a matter of the heavenly Tao," Qiu Shilai added. Sage Fated Secrets was the strongest heavenly Tao sage previously. He had already gone mad. How could the other sages remain calm? In any case, he was panicking. Sage Jinan added, "Sage Fated Secrets has grasped the Tao destruction mystical power. If he goes mad and uses this mystical power, the heavenly Tao that has just experienced the calamity will become extremely weak. It might even welcome the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Ancestor, you are also from our heavenly Tao. Are you really willing to watch as the heavenly Tao is destroyed?" The other sages nodded and revealed worried expressions. If Sage Fated Secrets used the Tao destruction mystical power, their lineage would be finished. Fortunately, Sage Fated Secrets had gone mad and had already forgotten how to use the Tao destruction mystical power. He could only rely on his instincts to wreak havoc everywhere. Ancestor Shitian slowly said, "Although you are sages, don't underestimate the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao needs you, but you are not necessary. As for Sage Fated Secrets, everything is karma. I won't interfere, even if he uses the Tao destruction mystical power." If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. As for the karma between me and the heavenly Tao, it has long been repaid. In the long years, have you forgotten how many Tao lessons I have given you? Hearing this, the sages' expressions turned ugly and they were speechless. Ancestor Shitian said meaningfully, "You always want to escape the control of the Tao ancestor, but when you encounter trouble, you always look forward to the help of stronger people. Do you know that the Tao ancestor completely relied on himself in the past?" The sages were ashamed and did not dare to ask for more. After a long while, the sages left the great ultimate hall and came to another palace. This was Li Mui's Tao field. Sect Master Tian Ju asked, "Since Ancestor is unwilling to help, we have to rely on ourselves." Fuxician frowned. "Compared to Sage Fated Secrets, we have to find out who the Dark Forbidden Lord is first. Otherwise, if we don't get rid of him, a second sage will go mad." The sages frowned. Emperor Shao said, "I was beside him when Sage Fated Secrets was cursed. I can confirm that he's definitely not the Dark Forbidden Lord." He scanned the other sages. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate mocked him. "In that case, aren't you the most suspicious?" Emperor Shao frowned. The two sages began to oppose each other. Li Mui frowned when he saw this. He was frustrated. Seeing that the sages were arguing over their own desires, he wanted to stand up and leave. He gave up on the providence of the heavenly Tao and created the little heavenly Tao himself because of that. For a time, the sages began to guess at each other. Qiu Shilai was the greatest suspect. Once Sage Fated Secrets went mad, only he could freely control the Tao destruction mystical power. This infuriated Qiu Shilai. He had been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord, too. Time passed. It had been 50 years since ancient fiendish Yin died. Han Ju had nothing to do and checked his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Ji Xianchen has obtained a pseudosage divine arm. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang's soul has transcended into the primordial era. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by the ancient race, X180223, your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong and was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Xian broke through the seal and returned to the immortal world. Your good friend Empress Hudu has recreated the Magus race. Your good friend Nuwa discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. Her cultivation has increased greatly. The emails became lively again. Han Ju was no longer surprised to see Fang Liang's soul transmigrating into the primordial era. It was fine as long as it didn't affect him. What really attracted his attention was that Empress Hudu recreated the Magi. Her ambition was endless. It seemed that the matter of the nether race had stimulated her. Like the restart of the heavenly Tao, she felt that she had hope again. Han Ju had no objections to this. This was also good. At least, Empress Hudu would no longer care about the nether race. After thinking about it, he called the nether race's leader Han Yu over. Han Yu knelt in front of him. Han Ju first asked about the recent situation of the nether race. After Han Yu relaxed, he asked, "Do you still remember Empress Hudu who created the nether race?" Han Yu was stunned. "I remember, but my memories are already blurry." Not long after Empress Hudu created the nether race, she handed them to Han Ju. As time passed, Han Yu really couldn't remember her. "What would you think if I send the nether race back to Empress Hudu's side?" Han Ju asked calmly. Han Yu turned pale with fright. "Sect Master, what did we do wrong?" He didn't want to leave the 100-peak immortal river. To be precise, he didn't want to leave Han Ju's side. He had long treated the Tao field as his home. He wasn't the only one. All the nether race members also thought the same. Han Ju smiled. "I'm just asking. I naturally want you to stay." Han Yu understood. "On behalf of the nether race, I promise to serve you forever. We have no ulterior motives." Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. Han Yu's favorability had already reached 6 stars, but it could only be recognized as not enemies. The two of them chatted for a while more. After Han Yu left, Han Ju called Han Zuetian over. Ever since he transformed, this was the first time Han Zuetian faced Han Ju alone. He was extremely nervous. Han Ju asked, "How are the connate lifeforms in the 100-peak immortal river? Do you need more?" After Zhu Tu's palm was destroyed, connate lifeforms began to gather near the 100-peak immortal river again. Han Zuetian said in surprise, "Of course, the more the better. The more low-level living beings there are, the more you can cultivate in peace. The chores and trivial matters in the hidden sect can be handed over to the connate lifeforms. If the hidden sect appears in the future, these living beings can also help the sect elders." Han Ju said, "Yes, I'll move in some connate lifeforms. Don't always busy yourself roping in connate lifeforms. Your cultivation has to keep up. Don't be surpassed by them." Han Zuetian hurriedly promised that he wouldn't delay his cultivation. After he left, Han Ju started to think. Since he wanted to take in these living beings, he had to arrange their identities in the sect. Hidden soldier. In-name disciple. Chapter 491 Sudden Emergence, Joining of a Mighty Figure. Chapter 491 Sudden Emergence, Joining of a Mighty Figure. After thinking for a few days, Han Ju finally made a decision. From today onwards, other than the disciples of the hidden sect, all Khanate lifeforms are in-name disciples. In the future, they can become full disciples. The Nether race will be known as the Hidden Sect's Nether Zenith. This means that they are the Hidden Sect's Nether race's Zenith Heaven. I hope that you will not let me down. The status of all the clansmen is equivalent to the disciples of the Hidden Sect. The position of the leader, Hanyu, is equivalent to a second-generation disciple. Hanju's voice resounded throughout the entire Dao field, causing the living beings to be extremely excited. They could enter the Hidden Sect now. The second-generation disciples were Sun Chang'an, Tu Linger, Long Hao, and the others. The first generation was not for disciples, only Hanju was part of it. For a time, the entire Hidden Sect became lively again. Those vague identities also became confirmed. Not only were the Khanate lifeforms very excited and looking forward to it, but those of the Nether race were also very happy. Previously, they were always humble when facing the Hidden Sect disciples, mainly because Hanju didn't give them a status. Now, Hanyu was equivalent to being Hanju's disciple. He could also speak in front of him in the future. The entire Nether race was also considered as Hidden Sect disciples. Hearing the cheers outside, Hanju couldn't help but be happy. It seemed that he had neglected many things. Sometimes, a decision from him could change many people. Hanju suddenly thought of Han Zuetian. Perhaps Han Zuetian could help him manage the internal affairs. Although Murong Qi was also managing it, he could only roughly discuss it with each disciple. Those disciples who have reached a bottleneck can help manage the internal affairs in the future. Hanju's thoughts became clearer. As the Hidden Sect became larger and larger, the more disciples there were, the more conflict and trouble there might be. There had to be someone watching. However, when the disciples took in disciples of their own, there should be no need for anyone to especially manage the miscellaneous affairs. After thinking, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Dao attainment. This was what he really cared about. 300 years later. Zhou Fan finally returned, but he was not alone. With him were hundreds of thousands of humans. Arriving in front of the Dao field array formation of the 100-peak Immortal River, Zhou Fan emitted a powerful aura, forcing the nearby Khanate lifeforms to not dare to approach. Master, I'm back. Zhou Fan shouted. Hanju caught sight of the humans and frowned. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. He couldn't directly take them in. It would be fine if the number was small, but with so many people, it was almost the entire human race. If he took them in, the karma would be too great. Moreover, wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Once he accepted them, there would be endless trouble in the future. Hanju's voice reached Zhou Fan. Why did you bring so many people? Zhou Fan replied, Master, don't worry. I won't bring them into the Hidden Sect. I've already taught them for hundreds of years. I plan to let them stay nearby and make them leave after they become stronger. Hanju's eyebrows relaxed. It seemed that Zhou Fan was not a sanctimonious saint. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. This fellow was not a kind protagonist, to begin with, but the protagonist bearing a deep hatred. Hanju moved him in. Zhou Fan quickly came to the Daoist temple. After entering the temple, he recounted his experiences over the years. The human race had been through many difficulties. Their strength was inferior to Khanate lifeforms and ferocious beasts. They were the weakest race in the current immortal world. Zhou Fan had been injured many times in order to protect them. Zhou Fan said, this ancient race thought that they were very powerful, but they were in a state of disunity. All sorts of kings appeared, just like the demons in the past. Hanju said, who cares about them? Cultivate well. Let the powerful members of the human race leave. I can allow you to take in a few human disciples, but not the entire human race. Perhaps they are very united and simple now, but when their cultivation and population become stronger, the humans you know will come. You should know what the situation will be then. Zhou Fan nodded. Along the way, the suffering he had endured the most was from the humans. The master and disciple chatted for a while before Zhou Fan left. That day, the humans settled near the 100-peak Immortal River. After the connate lifeforms were warned by Zhou Fan, they did not dare to find trouble with the humans. The appearance of the humans did not affect the hidden sect. As Zhou Fan recounted his experiences, the disciples knew that they were not the only ones. All the cultivators in the immortal world were cultivating diligently. While Zhou Fan escorted the humans, he encountered many cave abodes of mighty figures. The powerful aura emitted made even him palpitate. After the calamity ended, 90% of the living beings died. However, the remaining 10% were not mediocre. Most of them became immeasurable emperors. In addition, without the pressure of competition, they cultivated diligently separately. Their cultivation levels could be said to be constantly increasing. The hidden sect disciples did not want to be surpassed by others. Time passed. Year after year passed. 1,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and stood up to stretch his muscles. He scanned with his divine sense and discovered that the human population had already exceeded 10 million. In just 1,000 years, without any danger, the population of the human race had increased greatly. Not only that, but they also built a city. Han Ju showed a frown. They didn't plan to leave. This city wasn't built casually. It was obvious that they had spent a lot of effort. Not only that, but the internal affairs of the human race had already been established. There were also various business shops in the city. It seemed that someone in the human race had memories of the previous calamity. Otherwise, if they were all newcomers, how could they quickly build a true city in the dangerous early-stage heavenly Tao development? Han Ju quickly relaxed his eyebrows. Who cared about them? In any case, if Han Ju didn't activate the Tao field array formation, the humans wouldn't be able to enter. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently as a terrifying aura erupted from afar, wreaking havoc in the world. This aura was even stronger than ancient fiendish Yin's aura. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. This aura was on the other side of the immortal world and was extremely far from the 100-peak Immortal River. Talent truly appeared in every generation. This person was venting his pressure like this, clearly wanting to intimidate all living beings. Han Ju didn't care. Although this aura was strong, it was nothing to him. Another powerful aura erupted from the other side as if fighting against that person. The disciples gathered and began to discuss, curious about who they were. 7 years later. The 100-peak Immortal River welcomed visitors. Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo. Han Ju spent 4 billion years of his lifespan. After confirming that there was no danger, he moved them into the Daoist temple. Li Daokong cupped his fists and smiled. It's been many years. You seem to have become stronger again. Li Xian'eo sized him up. For some reason, he felt that Han Ju looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. It was not in the heavenly court, but he couldn't say. Han Ju smiled and asked, "Why are you here? Are you inviting me to join the new human school again?" Li Xian'eo snorted. Li Daokong said, "Do you dare to go against a sage?" "I don't dare." "You. Then, what did you ask us to join the hidden sect?" The one who replied was Li Xian'eo, who was a little exasperated. Han Ju didn't have a good impression of him. "Did you offend a sage?" Li Daokong said calmly, "That's right. We broke up with Master and were expelled from the human school." Chapter 492 The two disciples of the human school enter the hidden sect. Chapter 492 The two disciples of the human school enter the hidden sect. Han Ju was silent. He didn't expect Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo to be so reckless and dare to betray the sage. Should he accept them or not? Han Ju didn't forget that Li Xian'eo had dug out the chaotic heavenly dog's eyes. After thinking, Han Ju shook his head and said, "It's not easy to accept you guys. Firstly, I'm not sure if you'll cultivate in peace after joining the hidden sect and not cause trouble everywhere. Secondly, your junior dug out my disciple's eyes and forcefully snatched his providence." Li Daokong was stunned. Li Xian'eo's expression changed. Li Daokong glanced at Li Xian'eo and knew what was going on when he saw his expression. At this moment, Li Daokong suddenly reached out and dug out Li Xian'eo's eyes. It was so fast that Li Xian'eo didn't even have time to react. Li Daokong squeezed his right hand and turned his eyes into dust. He stared at Han Ju and said, "I don't care if it's true or not. I'll make him repay the debt, but we both know that both your disciple and my junior can regrow their eyes. You've already seen my sincerity. If you're willing to accept us, we'll listen to you as long as it doesn't go against our bottom line. As for that disciple, I can let my junior teach him a mystical power as an apology." Li Daokong stared at Han Ju as he spoke. Although Li Xian'eo was angry, he didn't say anything. He only covered his eyes as blood flowed down his fingertips. Han Ju remained silent. Li Daokong was really ruthless. This made Han Ju speechless. After all, he had indeed invited him before. Han Ju said, "After entering my hidden sect, other than my instructions, you are not allowed to leave without permission. Usually, I don't need you to do anything. I can still provide you with the Tao lecture and Tao field. You should be able to sense the spirit qi and connate qi of the 100-peak immortal river, so are you willing?" Li Xian'eo couldn't help but ask, "My senior is a pseudo-sage. Can you preach the Tao to a pseudo-sage?" "Of course." "Then, what identity will we have? Let's see how you perform first. We'll arrange it in the future." Han Ju wanted to prove the hidden sect's foundation. It was definitely not unreasonable for the two of them to be disciples now. Han Ju called for Jian Wei, Shi Dudao's replica. He was stronger than Li Daokong. Li Daokong said, "All right, we also want to avoid being targeted by the sages." Han Ju said, "Yes, go down. Someone will bring you outside. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks." Li Daokong nodded and left with Li Xian'eo. After walking out of the Daoist temple, Li Daokong was stunned upon seeing Jian Wei. "Why is it you?" Li Daokong frowned. Li Xian'eo was puzzled. Who was this? Although he couldn't see, he still had his divine sense. His eyes were not important. Jian Wei said indifferently, "I'm Jian Wei, a guard of the 100-peak immortal river. Please follow me. I'll bring you around first." "Guard?" Li Daokong was shocked. When would Shi Dudao come to the hidden sect to be a guard? Li Daokong was shocked. Although Li Xian'eo didn't know Shi Dudao, he clearly felt that Jian Wei was very strong. He might even be stronger than his senior brother. Jian Wei brought them around and deliberately stopped at the Fusang tree. The disciples were all very curious about Li Daokong and his junior brother. Long Hao clicked his tongue in wonder. Even the twins of the human school are here. The hidden sect is becoming stronger. The chaotic heavenly dog nearly peed its pants when it saw Li Xian'eo. However, it noticed that his eyes were bleeding and his eyelids had clearly sunken. It immediately thought of the truth and worshipped Han Ju. "Master must have avenged me." Li Xian'eo also noticed the chaotic heavenly dog and was enlightened. He said bitterly, "If you have such a powerful master, why didn't you say so back then?" The chaotic heavenly dog fell silent. It didn't know that its master was so powerful. Li Daokong said, "I apologize on my junior's behalf. I'll let him teach you a mystical power later. I hope that the grudge will be settled." The chaotic heavenly dog was extremely nervous from his stare. It hurriedly nodded in agreement. The black hell chicken was furious. "You're so useless. Can you be more firm?" The chaotic heavenly dog nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Li Dao Kong did not say much. He also had his own pride. It was their fault, so he could admit it, but he wouldn't lower his head so easily. That day, the two of them established a Taoist temple in the forest. It wasn't far from the hundreds of thousands of other unnamed disciples. Han Ju would pay attention to this pair of fellow disciples at first, afraid that they would act recklessly. As time passed and the two of them did not cause trouble, he was relieved. In a hall outside the 33rd heaven, Li Mui's expression darkened. Several figures gathered in the hall, including Jiang Dugu. What? Li Daokong and Li Xianao betrayed us? Ridiculous. We have to capture them. When has a traitor appeared in our human school? Where are they? Li Daokong is too arrogant. He didn't respect us seniors before. The human school's mighty figures cursed angrily. Jiang Dugu did not say a word. His expression darkened, but a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He was still worrying about how to deal with Li Daokong when he betrayed the sect. Li Mui said, the two of them went to the hidden sect. Who's going? A man in a Taoist robe immediately stood up and said, Senior, let me go. I've been in seclusion for 70 million years. It's time for me to exercise. Seeing him stand out, the others tacitly agreed and did not fight. Dan Long, don't start fighting directly when you get there. Ask first, Li Mui instructed. Dan Long nodded, cupped his hands, and bowed. Then, he turned around and left. It had been 130 years since Li Daokong and Li Xianao came to seek refuge. On this day, Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple. Everyone, prepare to listen to the lecture. With that said, the entire 100-peak immortal river boiled over. The disciples rushed to the location of the lecture. The connate lifeforms also began to prepare to listen. Li Daokong and Li Xianao followed the disciples to the land of preaching. They were very curious about what Han Ju would say. After everyone sat down, Han Ju sat on the peak of the mountain and started to preach. He was talking about the great Tao of extreme origin. He planned to bring Li Daokong and Li Xianao into his great Tao as well. As the lecture began, Li Daokong did not feel amazed at first. Li Xianao even felt disdain. After all, they had heard the sages preach more than once. However, as time passed, the two of them were quickly shocked. Han Ju was actually preaching the great Tao. He was even more unfathomable and profound than their master, Li Mui. Most importantly, they could understand it and quickly entered a state of Tao comprehension. He's a sage. A storm brewed in their hearts, especially Li Xianao. His eyes that had just grown revealed disbelief. Li Xianao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars, Han Ju saw this notification and didn't care. He continued to preach. Compared to Li Xianao, he cared more about Li Daokong. He might become a prominent figure of the hidden sect in the future. Although Dao's sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Jiang Yi, Zhou Fan, and Li Yao's potential were unparalleled, compared to Li Daokong, they lacked an arrogant domineering aura. An invincible aura. Chapter 493 Change of Attitude, Surpassing the Sages. Chapter 493 Change of Attitude, Surpassing the Sages. This lecture lasted for 100 years. Li Daokong's favorability towards Han Ju increased to 5 stars and Li Xianao to 5 stars. The two of them really betrayed the human school and had nowhere to go. After Han Ju displayed his strength, they were naturally happy. Li Xianao's disdain towards Han Ju mainly came from seniority and cultivation. After this lecture, they all determined that Han Ju was not a junior and was definitely a sage. No wonder Han Ju had always avoided the calamity. Sages didn't need to fight for great providence from the calamity at all. Also, they felt that Han Ju was stronger than Li Mui. After hearing his lecture, they gained more insight than from Li Mui's lecture. Li Daokong had a feeling. Han Ju's great Tao was stronger than Li Mui's. After the lecture, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple alone. 8 years later, Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo came to visit him. Han Ju let them in. Their favorability towards him was already very high. It was just nice to make them submit. Li Daokong was the first to ask, "You're a sage?" Han Ju shook his head. Li Xian'eo asked, "What Tao were you preaching about earlier?" "Great Tao of extreme origin." Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had never heard of the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Ju said, "This is the great Tao I created. Don't tell anyone." The disciples were shocked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Creating a great Tao. No wonder he shook his head. This was not something a sage could do. Could he be the Tao ancestor? Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo were shocked. They didn't think Han Ju was lying. The great Tao of extreme origin was indeed stronger than any great Tao they had heard of. Li Xian'eo's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars, Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This Li Xian'eo. Is it so easy to conquer such a cold and annoying fellow? Or did he worship experts? Han Ju looked at Li Daokong and felt that he had guessed correctly. Li Xian'eo said, "We definitely won't tell anyone. After all, we're already from the hidden sect. Sect Master, if Li Mui comes personally, will you hand us over?" This term of Sect Master made Han Ju feel comfortable. He liked to see others' attitudes towards him change 180 degrees. Li Daokong glanced at Li Xian'eo and did not say anything. He knew his junior brother's nature best. "As long as you cultivate in peace and don't cause trouble outside or within the sect, I will protect you," Han Ju replied calmly. He wasn't afraid of Li Mui. As long as he was in the Tao field, he was not afraid of the heavenly Tao sages. Previously, the various sages had plotted against him. He had long treated them as imaginary enemies. Li Xian'eo immediately promised that the two of them would not cause trouble. After chatting for a while, the two of them left the Taoist temple. Back at his residence, Li Daokong said angrily, "You submitted so quickly. It seems that I didn't dig out your eyes in vain." Li Xian'eo snorted. "Senior, what are you pretending for? Since you've become his disciple, you should know your status. Besides, the sect master doesn't dislike us and gives us a lecture openly. Isn't such magnanimity worth following?" Li Daokong was silent. He turned around and returned to his Taoist temple. Li Xian'eo did not return to cultivate. Instead, he walked towards the Fusang tree. 200 years passed. Li Xian'eo had completely fused into the hidden sect. He taught the chaotic heavenly dog the mystical power to resolve the grudge and often sparred with Tao's sovereign, Zhou Fan, and the others. Li Xian'eo and Tao's sovereign were both at the early stage of the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. It was difficult for the two of them to fight, but most of the time, Li Xian'eo had the upper hand. After all, he had lived for a long time and was very experienced. Compared to Li Xian'eo's activity, Li Daokong cultivated in seclusion and rarely walked around. The two of them had different goals. In the entire hidden sect, only Han Ju could catch his eye. On this day, a preaching sound came from the human cities near the 100-peak immortal river. After so many years, the human population had been increasing. Many human cities had been established in a radius of 30 million kilometers. However, there were not many experts among the humans, much less preaching. This lecture was spread very widely, and all the hidden sect disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River could hear it. Li Xian'ao suddenly flew into the sky with a solemn expression. Dao Sovereign rushed over and asked, "What? You know that person?" Because they often sparred, the two quickly established a friendship. Dan Long is a pseudo-sage of the human school. He can be considered our uncle master. He was once the second disciple of the human school. Li Xian'ao's expression was ugly. He knew very well how powerful Dan Long was. His arrival this time was not a coincidence. Dao Sovereign consoled, "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't go out, he can't do anything to you." Li Xian'ao nodded and took a deep breath. It seems that Li Muyi is really angry. Humph, in order to capture us, the human school sent such an expert. In the previous calamity, we sought their help. Not only did they not provide assistance, they even sent Jiang Dugu to cause trouble for us. The more Li Xian'ao spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Dao Sovereign fell silent. Back then, he had also been in the heavenly court. He had been puzzled, but he did not expect Li Daokong and Li Xian'ao to have had such a hard time. Speaking of which, the heavenly court was abandoned. Only Li Daokong and Li Xian'ao persisted until the calamity ended. This matter quickly spread throughout the hidden sect. All the disciples knew that the human school was looking for trouble. However, since Han Ju didn't move, they weren't too worried. Han Ju had already detected Dan Long's existence. He was a perfected pseudo-sage. Fortunately, he could kill him instantly. Therefore, Han Ju continued cultivating and didn't care about Dan Long 50 years later. Dan Long finally couldn't sit still. He came outside the 100-peak Immortal River and shouted, "Sect Master of the Hidden Sect, let our human school's first and second disciples out." Han Ju ignored him. After a while, Dan Long frowned. The 100-peak Immortal River was silent. No one bothered with him. He continued, "This is the sage's intention. If the hidden sect wants to avoid the world, it's best not to interfere in the matters of other sections." Han Ju still ignored him. Li Xian'ao stood in Li Daokong's Daoist temple with a nervous expression. He asked, "Does Sect Master plan to pretend to be dead?" Li Daokong said calmly, "Continue watching." The 100-peak Immortal River fell silent again. This time, Dan Long was angry. Too much. This Sect Master of the Hidden Sect was really not giving him face. Just as he was about to attack, Han Ju's voice floated out, "Who are the eldest and second disciples of the human school?" Dan Long suppressed his anger and said, "Li Daokong. Li Xian'ao. They aren't here. There are no such people among my disciples. Senior might be mistaken. You're telling me this? I'll know if there is after I check. No, I can't let you in. If your goal is to kill me, won't it be stupid of me to let you in?" Hearing Han Ju's words, Dan Long laughed angrily. "Great," he said disdainfully, "whether you agree or not, I'm going in regardless." He immediately rushed towards the 100-peak Immortal River. He wasn't surprised when he bumped into the array formation. It was obvious there was an array formation here since his divine sense couldn't spy inside. Dan Long took out a white jade sword and slashed, "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.